Video is live. Go to the web conference camera.
have a difference.
Mics are hot. Mics are hot.
All right, good evening. It's 6 o'clock, Monday, July 21st, and we're going to open up this work session on the multifamily tax exemption, and I'll hand it over to Kristen to lead us off.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, Council. Tonight, I'll be sharing an overview of the multifamily tax exemption program. You will hear me refer to it as the MFTE because that's just easier. Make sure okay, good. Technology is working. We're going to just kind of do a high level overview of the program and touch on the following topics that you see here on the slide. And again, as I talk through this, if you hear the term MFTE, that stands for the multifamily tax exemption. So MFTE is a property tax waiver program. The program details that I'll be sharing with you tonight relate to the Washington State MFTE program. However, I did want to mention that the MFTE program isn't unique to Washington State and that other states have similar programs. The MFTE program is authorized under state law, the RCW 84.14. It's a tool used by cities and counties to support local housing goals. The MFTE encourages private multifamily housing developments by providing property tax exemptions. You'll see here on the slide that under these exemptions, a property owner does not have to pay property taxes on residential improvements for a given number of years, and we'll look at that in a moment. The property owner still pays taxes on the land and any non-residential improvements. So in an example of a mixed-use development that has both residential and commercial, tax would be assessed for the commercial portion. As far as history goes, the MFTE was first codified in 1995. The program has been updated several times throughout state legislation, and to date, more than 50 communities in Washington have active MFTE programs. So City of Battleground is a Growth Management Act or GMA city, which means that we must include a housing element in our comprehensive plan. Housing goals include planning for and providing housing at different income levels. So the table on this slide represents the housing allocation figures that are being used to guide our current comp plan update. And I just wanted to highlight that MFTE can be a tool that is utilized by cities and counties to help accommodate housing goals. Another feature is that it can be a customizable program, which allows us flexibility for municipalities to tailor program to meet their policy needs. And this just again highlights Battleground is, very tiny figures, but I'm calling out Battleground's allocations again per the adopted figures provided by Clark County. The two columns of focus when we talk about affordable housing are the 30 to 50% column, which has a figure of 1,120 housing units, and the 50 to 80% column, which has a figure of 1,177 housing units. That's a total of just under 2,300 total units, which our target is just under 7,000. So this makes up about 33% of our target. Yeah, Chair.
So I don't know if you're going to explain this later, but I'm curious about the 237 emergency beds.
So I will say that that is the 237, which, sorry. Um, I did not have details for those other columns necessarily. I mean, we can talk about permanent supportive housing, non-permanent. The emergency beds, again, would be kind of a shelter situation. That would be something I can definitely get more details from Sam Crummett, who's our planning supervisor. He's working closely with the consultants on the comp plan update and the housing allocation numbers. So I can definitely do a deeper dive on that and provide additional detail after tonight if you're interested in that.
I am. So right now, what it looks like is that we are supposed to have 237 emergency beds. So I would like to have more information on that. Thank you.
Absolutely. Yes.
Question. So these are the numbers that we're supposed to meet. Where are we at currently?
So we just met with the consultants within the last couple of weeks. We're getting very close. As you can imagine, it's difficult to get some of these densities or these housing units in the more affordable range. Affordable housing, when we're talking about that, looks a little different than our normal detached single family. You'll see more attached products to be able to create that affordable housing inventory. So condominiums, apartments, cottage style housing, which are kind of clusters of housing units that share common areas. But I can absolutely provide you with some updated figures. I also know we're planning to come to you all with our comprehensive plan. We go, the end of the year is our goal for adopting it. So I will get you some additional figures on that.
Thank you.
Kristen,
Yeah.
how come we can't go back to the county and tell them, give us the same deal you gave Camus? Because Camus, I don't give a crap about Camus, except on this stuff. They need to take their fair share of stuff and quit worrying about trying to be Lake Oswego. They got a mill and it stinks. So put some housing over there and quit forcing it on all the other cities. Like how do they get away with that, but none of us get the same deal?
So
Who sweet talked the county?
So I'm not sure about the conversations. I think you're referring to the title of the table here from the county, which is kind of a hybrid model of methods A and B. And then there's a note that a 75-25 for Camus. Again, this is the adopted projections. Clark County drives these and provides these with the municipalities. I can definitely, again, talk to Sam. He's been the lead on the comp plan project and conversations. I can definitely get you more information on how we got to this point. And actually, Mayor McCoy has maybe some insight for us as well.
So yeah, I was at a couple of those meetings and lobbied against this deal as well. But essentially Camus lobbied the county and said it would hurt our character to have those low income bands. And the county agreed with them.
That's nice to know. Then I think the rest of the city should push back and say it hurts our character. How does it not hurt us or Ridgefield? You know, when you look at Ridgefield numbers there, they're even higher than ours. And you know, they threw Ridgefield in there and said, hey, you got to go, you know, these two want to be something they're never going to be Lake Oswego and Westland. They're going to be lucky if they become Gladstone and Milwaukee. But you know, they're forcing Ridgefield to take it, but Camus doesn't have to. So the county has to take it, Vancouver has to take it, we're taking it. And then they lower these numbers for Camus. I think it's ridiculous. I think that the county needs to have some pressure put on them and throw it out there. There's a lot more people in the county in Vancouver and the rest of the cities than there are in Camus. And just like Camus doesn't care about any of us, we shouldn't care about them. So they should have to do the same thing. So let me know who I need to call. Thank you.
Heard. Thank you. So moving on, the MFTE program allows 3 different lengths of exemptions for the property taxes. They're shown here on the slide, and I'm going to circle back in just a moment, but I wanted to highlight the 3 options. There's an 8-year option, a 12-year option, and a 20-year option. I've included in the slide the minimum allocations or percentages for affordable housing. But I did want to call attention to the 8-year option on this slide. As I mentioned before, the program is customizable and allows cities and counties to adopt durations that fit for them. On the 8-year, I wanted to highlight that per the RCW, the MFTE program does not require a number of affordable housing units to be set for the 8-year option. On this slide, you will see there's a 10% requirement, and that was per RBGMC adoption. So that is a situation or a perfect example of when we customize this to meet our needs. And as you see on all of these slides, the reference to affordable housing, I wanted to go ahead and include a definition of affordable housing in there for you, as well as the reference of the AMI from HUD. The table shows the 2025 data from HUD, and you'll notice that the income is based on household size. So that's going to vary based on how many people in the family. I wanted to take a moment to highlight some of the program requirements. So again, these are not all of the program requirements per the code, but just highlight some of them for you. In order to be eligible for the MFTE, the project must be located within a residential target area or an RTA. That residential target area is designated area that's identified by local jurisdictions. So as you can imagine, every city or county will have their own RTA. They're usually located within an urban center or urban growth area. Other requirements include the fact that the project must add, convert, or rehabilitate a minimum of 4 or more multifamily units. The applicant must enter into a contract approved by the council. And then projects must be designed to comply with all of our state, local applicable codes, zoning codes, etc. As far as the process for an MFTE in Battleground, the application would be reviewed and approved, and an agreement would be prepared and presented to City Council for review and approval. Assuming that that contract is approved, beginning on the date of the City Council's approval, the property owner has 3 years to complete the project and obtain certificate of occupancy. I do want to note that there is the opportunity for an extension period of up to 24 months. Sometimes projects are delayed for reasons, whether that be supply chain, et cetera. So that does allow some flexibility to allow more time for that project to be completed. After the project is complete, the approved final certificate of tax exemption will be issued and recorded, and a copy of that will be forwarded to Clark County's assessor's office. The tax exemption then begins the following January 1st. All MFTE projects are required to provide annual monitoring reports for the duration of the exemption period, and then Battleground staff is responsible for collecting, monitoring, and reporting that information.
I have a question for you, sorry. It's probably more for Megan at this time. I was talking to Chief Drone on Friday about the tax exemption and our understanding of how that works. He was telling me that they technically wouldn't be made whole. I always thought that they would be made whole by spreading out the funds for the whole. Because how, can you explain to me how it's different?
Yes.
Because it was so confusing. He told me that you told him
So
anyways.
the state Department of Commerce that sets this program actually leaves it to the county assessors to determine if it's a tax shift or a tax exemption. So there's 2 ways the assessors can do it. They can either do it the way that you initially described, where then it would get spread out. The AV gets added to the total taxable AV. And then the base levy gets increased by that amount, and then it would shift out to the other jurisdictions. However, our county does not do it that way. Our county does not add it to the tax roll. They do not spread it. It is a true exemption for the period of time in which the exemption lasts. So the fire district would not be receiving any tax from a project like this.
Okay, I understand there's other arrangements made up for that, but I just wanted to clarify because it's still so confusing, and the information that we received last time we talked about this, it just wasn't as clear, I guess. Thank you.
But that's, I mean, we're talking about the cost of new construction. The way that they, and apparently county assessors have the choice of doing it either way, like Megan described, and because of Clark County's assessors system limitations is why they manually track that until the exemption period has expired.
So are you saying the county doesn't have money to upgrade to a better system? Is that what I'm hearing? That they should probably do that? Maybe spend some money on a better system?
Well, I would respond to that, Deputy Mayor Bowman, by saying that I think I would have preferred they have a system that could have automated that.
Do you think any of this is driven by more along the line with Vancouver and what with VHA and the affordable housing that Vancouver is trying to do, and being a true, not a shift, just putting it onto other people, but a true,
No, I think they literally have system limitations. So what I would have preferred is treating it, say, like a church. Church gets built, new construction, it's valued, it's put on the rolls, but it's exempt. And apparently their system called Harris has the ability to do that because it's in perpetuity, but not the ability to do that when it's only a short time frame. So they actually track it manually.
we should quit buying programs named after people. Tyler was the same way.
I think it's a hybrid product.
So moving on, I just wanted to share, as I mentioned, there's over 50 Washington jurisdictions that have adopted an MFTE program. This slide per Commerce shows you that as of 2023, there is a total of 58 that is made up of 57 cities and 1 county. I've highlighted the local jurisdictions for you to see as well. So not only do we, Battleground, have an MFTE program adopted, Camas, Vancouver, and Washougal also have programs.
MFTEs, Camas and Washougal have?
How many
Yeah.
projects they've processed?
Yeah. Oh, somebody knows.
I can tell you for Washougal, they have 2. I can't
2.
tell you for Camas.
Okay.
I know Vancouver, multiples.
Yes.
They definitely have more target areas as well. But I can definitely get counts for Camas and Vancouver if you'd like.
I'm curious. Thank you.
If you go to the City of Vancouver's website, they actually have an MFTE map, and you can see all of their MFT. They've had this program for a long time.
And to put that into context, Camas currently has, just for comparison, 3 RTAs or residential target areas or districts codified. And they also have an 8 and a 12-year exemption option. Vancouver has multiple target areas or districts. And as Megan mentioned, those are all on their website and available for you to see. They also have an 8 and a 12-year exemption option. And then finally, Washougal has 3 target areas or districts identified, and they have the 8-year option currently in their code. So speaking of codes, I just wanted to highlight currently in our BGMC, we do have a multifamily tax exemption program. It was adopted in February of 2023. We currently have 1 residential target area, which are 3 parcels within what we call the Central Main area. I've highlighted them here in the image so you could see that's our West Main Commons project. And then currently in our BGMC section, we have a tax exemption period for 8 years. And as I mentioned, we did customize that 8-year option so that at least 10% of the units need to be set aside as affordable.
Just a quick question. When does the clock start on 8 years?
So once the project is finalized and that final certificate is sent to Clark County, the clock starts the next January 1st.
Thank you.
Yeah. All right. Yes. So that concludes my presentation. If there are any other questions, I'm happy to do my best to answer them.
So a question for you on, you said Camas, Vancouver, did 8 and 12. Is there, like on a 12-year, could it be the area that it's in and the cost to develop in that area? Or like, maybe it's up on the hill and not, or maybe it's a revitalization of a downtown area that's gonna cost more than the vacant land, that type of stuff. Do you know that?
So I just want to make sure I'm understanding the question correctly. Is the question, in addition to an RTA or residential target area, perhaps a trigger or a threshold could be the value of the project?
So like, let's say, for example, in downtown Camas, they want to do a revitalization. I'll just use here. We want to use the school property and we want to, but it's going to cost a lot to do that. It's going to take a developer a lot to develop that school, tear it down, build housing. So that may be a 12-year district, a district where we can do 12 years. Or do they separate them that way, or do they separate them just 8 or 12-year options?
So I have not seen that. So to your point, it's kind of a two-part, right? You first have to identify the areas
Yeah.
or the district.
Yeah.
And then if it's within there, the code usually allows the length of exemptions. I would say that I would anticipate as part of the contract or the agreement that comes to council, you could differentiate or decide what term you are comfortable with for said project. If
Because that could determine, like, let's say we wanted a developer to come in and develop 50 acres of this school, and if you had I'm not, by no means am I suggesting we do a 20-year, but if you had a 20-year tax abatement on that and you said this area only, we've identified these areas, this area only would be 12 years or 20 years. Yeah, to encourage that development there, because we know it's going to take more to develop that area than where we did 8 years with Deacon. Deacon's was fairly shovel ready, right on sewer lines, water, all that stuff.
I think we could get there. Now, again, it would require us to add some additional durations or exemption time periods into our code. And then I think then the discussion or the contract agreement that comes before council for specific projects would be where you would fine tune those details.
So to that point, obviously we set the geographical area and then the year time period is in the code. So we can't necessarily say only this project would be 8, only this one would be 12. However, is it potentially, could you say if the project is valued and brings this many low income, then it would qualify for the 12? Could you put parameters on it other than geographical? To Deputy Mayor's point.
I want to say we could look at that. I
Okay.
absolutely would want to consult the city attorney and make sure that we're, in alignment with our CW and such. It is customizable. So again, I believe we could look at different ways in our code or those agreements to get to our desired result. But I'm happy to do a follow-up on that with that example and come back to you with some additional information.
I have another question, I'm sorry. So when you had the slide up, it said that we have the 8-year. I don't remember, is that what we decided on, is only having one option? Because I thought you could have 3 and you could set it to always have 3, right? But we chose to just have the one.
Correct. Currently in our Battleground Municipal Code, the 8-year is what was adopted as an option. At any time, council can revise or amend the code to include additional terms, the 12-year option or the 20-year option as well.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Okay, well, thank you. With that, I'm going to go ahead and turn it over. I'd like to introduce Mr. Fontenette with Principal Properties. He's going to be sharing a presentation with you all related to the Eaton Park Workforce Housing Project.
Good. All right. Thank you, Rob. Thank you, Kristen. Thank you, council, again, for allowing us to continue our discussions with the Eaton Park project. As you know, we've been talking about this project for a couple of years at least. We've gone through several iterations. And again, we appreciate the willingness to consider a path forward for Eaton Park as a workforce housing. As council also knows, you know, this issue of affordable housing, workforce housing really is front and center. It's not just a battleground issue. Obviously, it's a community, it's a statewide issue. There's been recent state legislation been passed, both on the supply side. There's been some rent control bills. This is obviously a big issue. We feel like, frankly, the MFTE is the best model going forward to address it. We've looked at several different options. We've talked about originally MFTE. We looked at possibly a VHA model. I think going forward after discussions, the MFTE, we believe, is going to be the best alternative to address it for all parties involved. So with that, we'll dive in. Anytime there's any questions, feel free to interject, stop. We'll be happy to go ahead and take a break and answer anything you might have. With that said, as we said before, you know, we own Alder Point Apartments. We see the demand out there, and there's no mystery. There's a significant requirement or a need for workforce housing. And again, the affordable housing is a pretty big tent. There's a lot of different tranches to that. But workforce housing really, as we see it, and as the graphics illustrate, you know, there is a missing middle. There's a solid group of wage earners and very solid workforce employees that, you know, if you look at the wages and the starting salaries that we've pulled directly from the area, these are good career jobs, career salaries, and more housing is becoming out of reach. I mean, with the median price home in Battleground now at $600,000, that's an average median price home. You know, you get mortgage, insurance, taxes, you're well over $4,100 a month as far as your cost to afford a single family home. You can see where affordability now, when you start breaking these numbers down, that's just getting more and more out of reach for even very solid wage earners and police officers, EMTs, teachers. So it's not obviously unique to Battleground, but also Battleground is not immune to what's happening as far as the affordability issue. If we look at, you know, and Kristen kind of mentioned it, this missing middle, I know there's some questions about exactly numbers and how that shakes out, but you know, the numbers there, at least for that 80%, kind of that missing middle, there's still a significant need. And that's the area we're trying to address. We understand there's different programs to address different tranches of that, but our focus with Eaton Park is really to look at how do we find that missing middle housing segment, and how do we provide at least a reasonable amount of numbers for that. To our mind, at this point, there's the Weaver Creek project that's been approved. Obviously, we're familiar with VHA. I know they're quite a ways away from even beginning to break ground on that project. There's a lot of pieces that have to move in and make that happen. So there's a need, and that there's really not a lot of supply coming online. So as we kind of look at, you know, where apartments fill into this, more and more, we know that apartments are an important part of starter and workforce housing. They're an important first step for a lot of people, and not just beginning starter, but in some cases, the workforce housing segment. The reality is, you know, apartments are really under the same pressure as housing. I mean, there's rising land cost, rising material cost, higher interest rates. We developed Alder Point in 2016. I can tell you that the cost have literally doubled. So to construct Eaton Park, it'll cost as much for half as many units. We really compete in the same space as single family housing units. And so that's a reality that's driving a lot of the cost. The other reality is operating costs are up. So as the owner of the project, we've got to cover insurance, property taxes, on-site personnel, maintenance. That all leads to a higher rent structure. And, you know, the reality is on a new construction project here in the city or even in the county, 2-bedroom units now are starting to go for $2,300 a month plus. If you go to some of the nicer products downtown, that 2-bedroom unit is pushing $3,000. At a 3-bedroom unit, and again, we've seen it right here in our backyard, That's $2,600. So we go back to what the affordable standard should be for even good starting salaries for career jobs that we showed. Even new apartment rents are getting out of reach for a lot of people. And so when we have starting salaries that can't afford apartments, the issue's starting to become pretty acute. So with that, we believe, again, after looking at several models, the MFT, we think makes the most sense for both parties. This would not involve VHA. We understand that that program is something that frankly is probably for a different time, maybe even different place. But currently right now, our objective with Eaton Park and the city council and the city itself is to provide 19 units of workforce housing. We would look at accomplishing that by providing and utilizing 12-year MFTE models. So we'd look at 20% of the units set aside for 12 years. And again, this is something that Kristen alluded to. We're not looking for something that's really unique. This has been the 12 years part of state and other jurisdictions that utilize it. So we were looking at, going from a VHI model that had, units in perpetuity, or I should say, property tax abatement in perpetuity. We're looking at scaling that down and taking really a more middle ground approach to it. Regarding the Eaton Park location, we believe that the target area meets all the goals that are outlined in the city's ordinance and what their goals should be. Target area should be in the urban center, near infrastructure and transit. Area lacks affordable housing. Near jobs and services, as we'll show here, we believe that Eaton Park in that location meets all those criteria.
Can I ask you a question?
Absolutely.
Sorry. I'm kind of confused about the workforce housing versus low to moderate income individuals. How do you meet that? I mean, these incomes, I don't see how they would be eligible for that 10%. Maybe some of the lower ones, but I guess I don't understand what workforce housing is compared to low income.
Sure.
So if you can explain that, it'd be
Sure.
great.
Good question. These affordability rents are established by Housing and Development. So they look at the area median income in the Portland metropolitan area, and they calculate what income levels are considered low income at 30%, 50%. It's all based on that area median income. And then from there, they determine what percentage of rent should be basically consumed by somebody's income level. So they use a 30% figure to determine what the rent should be. So if you're targeting a 50% person at the 50% area median income, that rent structure is a much lower figure that's due to be affordable versus somebody at 80%. 80%, and it's pretty much a widely held definition, Housing and Urban Development, the state, they recognize households at the 80% income level are still solid wage earners. They're still very often in that workforce housing where they provide workforce essential jobs, skilled construction labor, teachers, EMTs. That target rent is based on that 80% of their median income. So that's how we're obligated to set rents based on what HUD establishes at what should be affordable for that level of income. Did that answer your question?
Yes, and then how do people qualify for that? Somebody just apply at the apartment and say, hey, I'm within this range. Am I eligible for that? Or how does that work?
They have to supply, income verifications. That's part of the application process. So if they exceed the income for that particular unit, then we can't rent to them.
Okay, and they do it through you, through your complex.
They
don't
do it
have to
through
go.
us, and then it would have to be verified. So under the MFTE program, the city verifies income requirements or income levels on an annual basis.
The city does?
Yes.
So you have to go, every applicant has to, or sorry.
At the end of the year, we turn in basically a rent roll income verification. As we say, okay, we've got these 20 units rented to these folks at this income level, and the city would verify that those units are set aside for those people who meet those income requirements that don't exceed them.
And if they didn't meet, you just wouldn't get that unit exempt, or?
Well, if they didn't meet, then we'd gladly show them another unit that wouldn't necessarily be part of the MF, that income requirement. So we have to make sure that those 20 units or 19 units, let's say the 20% that are set aside are for people that don't exceed an income threshold. We have a pretty good feel just because of our ownership and our ongoing maintenance, or I should say management of Alder Point. We feel there's a pretty healthy need for that requirement. We don't think there's going to be too much problem finding residents to meet that 20% or that 80% median income requirement.
Thank you.
Sure.
Question for you, TJ.
Yes, sir.
So if I go rent the apartment and I'm single, rent a 2-bedroom apartment, and Troy needs a place to live too, and he comes and lives in my apartment too,
Mhm.
but I qualified for it, but I'm subleasing Troy a room for $300 a month. How are you guys tracking that?
We don't really, I mean, that's a situation where it depends on who's in the lease. So we typically say, who's responsible for the lease? Because if Mr. McCoy leaves for whatever reason, or doesn't pay your rent, we don't really care. We're looking at Mr. Bowman for rent.
Because I mean, from a like qualifying for the MFTE, I mean, we see this quite often in town. There's a lot of houses in town now that have 6, 8, 10, teenager, late teens, early 20s
Right.
living in them and sharing the rent and sharing all that stuff. So if one qualified for it, but they're charging everybody else and they're, I was wondering, and I'm sure there's these, well, maybe they are 3-bedroom units. I don't know, but, how we track that kind of stuff, that it's not, it is truly people that need it,
Sure.
families that need it, not a bunch of kids.
Sure, yeah, and we try to, we have to balance the requirement because we have fair housing requirements.
Yeah.
So we can't limit, and HUD sets requirements. This is okay, based on the number of bedrooms, here is the allowable occupant. So they give us some protection. So you can't take a 2-bedroom unit and put 6 people into it. They give us a requirement.
Okay.
And we're allowed to go ahead and manage at that point. And they also say at this household level, this is what the income is. So we basically screen people according to the HUD standards and fair housing standards. And by and large, most people tend to fall into, those categories pretty consistently.
Okay.
We don't see very much abuse, and we're trying to make sure we don't get excess people in the units that would cause excessive wear and tear.
Mm-hmm. Okay, thank you.
Okay. Let's see, I think we were, is there any other questions up to this point? Okay.
So what's your time frame? Because, if we were to change this from a 8 to a 12,
Mhm.
it's in our code, so we'd have to have a code change, which would require a public hearing. What's your time frame?
Our
Yes, sir.
goal is to break ground by next May.
Okay.
May, June. Yep. And we know there's a number of steps that have to take place between now and then. So including, adoption by the city, and then we've got to make sure we secure financing and go through that process and so forth. So we feel like we can meet that timeline if we're able to kind of move forward, expeditiously.
So if we have, what's our posting requirements, 30 days on a ordinance change like that? Or do we, or 2 weeks, what?
It's usually going to be two meetings later for for purposes of publication in the newspaper for that hearing.
So, at best, we're talking September. Because of two August meetings and we're at the end of the August,
I think we actually equated for it to take effect in 30 days. It's like 2.5 months.
Okay.
I think it's in plenty of time if there's action.
so if
Today.
it was done by the fall.
That would work for us. Yeah.
Thank you.
I have a question. I'd like to have a better understanding of the financial differences to the city between the 8-year, the 8-year and the 12-year option. Now, obviously, we're not getting tax revenue. What are the positives
Mm.
for one versus the other? I mean, there's more to this story than just we're not getting the taxes. So what does that look like on both scenarios?
Are you looking for the cost of the 8-year versus the 12-year for the city?
Yeah,
Okay.
well, not just the cost, but the cost is in the taxes, obviously, but what else? What are we gaining in this?
Probably-
And we've had a lot of conversation about the fire district being made whole.
Mhm.
We're hearing now that that isn't part of it.
Mhm.
So what does that mean in the long term for the city?
The biggest gain I think the city will get from the 8-year to 12-year is simply double the amount of affordable or workforce housing units. We go from providing 10%, which in this case would be about 9.5 units, but we'll throw in and make it 10 to have a round number.
Right,
It
that's
goes-
the tangible, but
right.
what are the numbers?
Well, and the numbers are, and we'll kind of cover this a little bit here. There's not very much of a marginal difference, and we'll come through here near the end here. We'll break down some of the economics that are involved with it, but it's a fair question. And we'll also address the fire district issue as well. So,
Okay. Sorry, I thought you were finished, so. okay.
no, not at all, not at all. Feel free to interject if there's a,
This is a warm up, okay.
yeah. Yeah. As we said before, the MFTE is a important program. We believe it checks the boxes, and more importantly, it provides a path forward to meet the workforce housing needs of the community. Location-wise, again, just to highlight, what we believe are the location benefits. It would be located directly adjacent to Alder Point. That's a 180-unit complex. It's 98% occupied. We continue to own it as we have since the beginning. So we know the location, we know the demand at that area. This is part of a existing mixed-use development. This is part of a growing hub of the city. There's 600,000 square feet of retail and commercial medical facilities that exist today, and it's growing. There's $100 million of construction that's been put in place. Again, that's growing. We've now up to, over the last, several years, we have 600 plus employees that work out of this general area right here. I mean, this has become an urban part of the city. We have public transportation. It's convenient access. There's existing infrastructure, but there's going to be new infrastructure that we're going to be developing as part of that, and we'll get to that here in a little bit. The site is zoned for high density, so it's ready for it. And to your question, we will pay the fire district levy. So we know there's some confusion about that, and we've talked about that. Even in our discussions last year, when we were looking at the MFTE, we had an agreement to pay the fire district's levy. We wanted to kind of remove that question, that ambiguity. We know there's still some questions about that. So we recently met with the fire marshal, and we recommitted our commitment to pay the fire district levy for the duration of the MFTE. So there shouldn't be any question with that. As far as the project itself, Eaton Park will be a quality project. We haven't reduced the scope or the scale or the quality of the project. The question is, there'll be a variety of units, 1, 2, and 3 bedroom units, because there's a need for a variety of units. We know the household sizes that are in demand here in Battleground. We see them every day at Alder Point. They'll be air conditioned. We're going to have a parking ratio of 1.80 versus city standard of 1.5. Our objective with Eaton Park is to do what we've done with Alder Point, is to hold it long term. We don't typically develop and flip it and move on. Nothing wrong with that model. It's just not ours. So we like to establish a longer term commitment in the area. And with that, we understand the need to have good parking ratios. There'll be recreational open areas. We've preserved all the wetlands. Eaton Park has received final site plan and engineering approval. Building permits are ready to pull. We haven't had any variances, nor have we asked for any variances from any of the city standards for a project that would be a market-based project. This will be built to the same standards as any other project in the city. And again, we are targeting specifically with our project those what we call workforce housing, those people at the 80% AMI. Those that don't meet it, we'll still rent to them as far as the units that don't qualify for that, but that's the focus. The contractor, the subcontractors are here in Battleground. This is a project that will be built by Battleground trades. And so the jobs will be here local. This will be staying in the backyard. And I think with that and with our track record, there's an experienced development team here that's operating the city and develop quality projects. We talked a little bit before, and I think it's worth mentioning again, the infrastructure that we're looking to invest in the area is significant. The area has some infrastructure, but there's a big need for additional infrastructure. And the biggest of that is going to be the sewer pump station. That shaded area represents the Gardner Subbasin, and that area is what we will be bringing a sewer pump station to. We've already got the plans approved. They're already been finalized. Our project at Eaton Park in the future Rimmy Heights represents 10 acres of property. So the sewer pump station is going to serve 100 additional acres around the area. 70 of those acres are zoned RC. So we know that's where the majority of the sales and property tax base come from as commercial properties. And 35 of those acres will be served within this sewer pump station is that prime retail corridor along the city's, 503 Eaton Boulevard corridor. We know from experience that infrastructure spurs development. As we saw years ago with the construction of Scott and Way, that led to Walmart, that led to Red Robin. It created a virtuous cycle. Now we got Tractor Supply going. Infrastructure brings in users because we've solved the problems. We kind of cleared the hurdles. In addition to the sewer pump station, we're going to construct and finish off Southwest 15th Avenue. That's part of the city's transportation plans. That gets extended south from its half-width improvement now. We'll also be constructing Southwest 19th, which is an east-west street that'll eventually, as properties develop to the west of us, that gets extended. And so there's a significant amount of infrastructure going into this area that's going to benefit the broader area. And again, just to kind of highlight where 15th Avenue is. 15th Avenue right now, again, is kind of a half-width improvement that goes down south to Alder Point. We're going to bring it all the way south down to Eaton Boulevard. And it's been designed such that it'll tie into the Eaton widening project the city is going to be doing. So that's all been integrated to where it'll dovetail with that widening project. Again, just to kind of emphasize, this outlined area in blue is the area that will be served by the pump station. That red property, those are all zoned RC. So the vast majority of property gets served by the pump station will be regional commercial property that has the biggest lift for sales and property taxes. And again, just a little bit of focus there. That's that kind of that current state of that what I call that retail corridor along the cities. I mean, you can see that northwest, southwest corners, Eaton Boulevard. There's a lot of potential there, and we think that potential has a lot better chance of getting developed as we bring utilities there. It just, there's been some question, we can't make any promises, but there's a good track record to show what happens when we bring infrastructure to the area. This is 2020, this is 2010. This is the area that exists now or existed back then prior to the development of Scott and Way. So no Walmart, no Alder Point, no Tractor Supply. That area is blank. We worked with the city and a few members on the council at that time to bring in Scott and Way. We didn't have a user for Scott and Way. We didn't have a user for any of the development, but we had a strong belief that if we brought in the infrastructure, we would find the users. So we worked with the city on bringing in the bonds. And the idea behind that, the city made an investment. And the idea was that, well, the sales tax and the property tax generated from the development would cover that bond debt. And we felt strong enough that until that time would come, our ownership group guaranteed that bond debt. So we made payments on those bonds until such time as sales tax and property tax would support that bond debt. We believe strongly at that point. And today, again, we know that it worked. Just would like to go ahead and point out again, there's 600,000 square feet that exist as a result of Scott and Way. There's 30,000 vehicles a day that cross between Scott and 503. We've got 600 plus employees, and there's assessed property values of $100 million in that area. And there's more growing as we develop more and more properties. The other point that's worth noting is that the bonds were actually paid off early. The development actually exceeded our expectations on the timeline. As you can see in this picture here, we've only got one property left. So that's 70 acres that we started out about since the development of Scotton Way. There's one site left that's remaining in the entire development. Everything to the north, Walmart, and everything to the south is pretty much developed. Okay. Let me just scoot over to, there were some questions about the estimate as far as projections. The property tax abatement at 12 years would be costing the city about $210,000. And we understand that's an investment. What does the city get from that? Well, we've outlined this here. And again, it's worth noting that with the property that we're developing, we don't get any consideration. There's no abatement of sales tax. There's no reduction in material costs, anything. The only thing we have is the abatement of property taxes. So these figures here show what figures would go to the city. We pay construction, sales tax on the construction, the utility taxes. We pay all SDC fees. There's also a significant amount of taxes and property taxes generated from the development of the pump station, those surrounding properties. In the end, we believe that the abatement of property taxes and the investment the city makes will be more than compensated by the development that takes place and even the revenues generated from the project. So I appreciate the time. I'm sorry if this went over a little bit longer, but I'm happy to answer any questions. In the interest of time, I'll even skip the summary. Okay. Yeah.
Quick question, how much are you going to be renting your units out for? I didn't know these.
The 20% of the units are dictated by the HUD requirements. The other ones are going to be, we're looking at market rates, and we're still trying to figure out what those would be.
Mhm.
I have a question real quick too. When it said 210,000, was that total over 12 years?
Yeah, it's a present value calculation. So we try to do is take the city's portion, what goes to the city based on the property taxes, we present value that back and looked at, okay, this is what amount that would be going to the city.
Okay, I just expected it to be a much higher number.
He's using assessed value of about 17.5 million. And so the assessed value is a little bit different than construction costs based on just how the county assesses when the AV first comes on.
This is, we're talking about the city's portion
Yeah,
too.
just the city.
This is
Right.
just the city's
But
portion.
over 12 years, huh? Okay.
Yeah, it's about 18,000 a year-ish, if I round up.
But the county still gets theirs, or,
No,
No one gets it.
okay.
no.
Okay.
Deputy
you-
Mayor, I'd like them to send a bill to Camus.
Could you potentially go back one slide, please? 2 questions.
Yes.
I can't help but notice that the 4.47 million sales and property taxes from pump station, that is projected revenue
Mhm.
from the additional building from the pump station being installed, correct?
Correct.
And then I don't need you to go back any farther, but the 600 jobs that it stated for the that economic area, is that current full-time employees, or is that 600 employees total, or
At 600 employees total.
as of right now?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you.
Not seeing more questions. So if you we got about 2 more minutes, you can summarize it up and we'll
Thank
get
you.
ready for the next meeting.
Yeah, I just think in summary, again, we appreciate the time and the effort that's been expended over the last couple of years. We know there's a need for workforce housing, and we believe that that need's going to simply become more and more acute. Again, the workforce housing is targeting very often, people who have good careers type of jobs in the area, but are struggling to afford not only a single family home, but actually new apartment construction. We believe the MFT makes sense for all parties. We're looking for, frankly, to identify Eaton Park as a target area and to move forward with the 20% 12-year program. This will provide 19 units of much needed housing. I'm not sure about how many other projects or how many MFTs, but we're willing to step up and pay the fire district's levy rate. I believe that's a rather unique development in the MFTE program. we're also going to have a significant investment in public infrastructure. And we know from experience that that investment leads to development, and it leads to development of primarily commercial properties that we believe will provide significant revenues to the city that will more than offset the investment and the abated tax revenue that the city would receive.
So, thank you, sir. With that, anything else? We good?
Under business in the regular meeting, we'll discuss this item for decision points from the council.
Okay, no decisions are made in the work session, so this is informational. With that, we'll close the work session, and thank you so much for your time and presentation,
Thank
PJ.
you.
Appreciate
Thank
it.
you, sir.
people. We were texting on our private phones. That was decisions to make when it comes to the. You realize the pain about. Flat earth and, you know, that's all it is, it's the green.
We will be adjusting our timer to 1 minute. Oh. It is 7 o'clock.
Mics are hot. Mics are hot.
Don't know if I can do that. Guys.
Good evening. It's Monday, July 21st. It's 7 o'clock PM. Welcome to the regular scheduled Battleground City Council meeting. We'll call this meeting to order and we'll start with a pledge. Please rise if you're able. And roll, please.
Mayor McCoy,
Here.
Deputy Mayor Bowman,
Present.
Councilmember Kuipers,
Present.
Councilmember Ferrer,
Here.
Councilmember DeRozier,
Here.
Councilmember Overholser,
Here.
and Councilmember Davis.
Here.
And the clerk is present. That concludes the roll.
Thank you. With that brings us to agenda approval. Council, what's your pleasure?
Move to approve the meeting agenda as presented.
I have a motion by Councilmember Ferrer, second by Councilmember DeRozier for approval. Agenda is presented. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Passes 7-0. Brings us to council member reports. We'll start off, these are reports out from your council members on committees they sit on behalf of council. So we'll start off with EMS 2. It's all yours.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, we met on the 14th last Monday. Some of the topics of the agenda, we had a budget repurposing. So originally we had set aside and approved funds for a consultant to put together an RFP for a new contract. And because of the changes that we made that we've talked about over the last few meetings, we weren't needing those funds for a consultant. And so we reallocated or repurposed about 76,000 towards Fire District 3, 6, and Clark County Fire and Rescue for additional tablets. So now they'll have 2 tablets in each engine, one to stay in the engine and one to go outside of the engine to go onto the scene so they can report and communicate that way, and it'll all be real time with Cressa. So that's kind of nice. There was a work group update, and just a shout out to our city manager, Chris Swanson, for being a part of that. Really appreciate that. But so part of the work group update was the 25 EMS system design decisions document. That'll be created and be drafted. And then that will be coming to us and the other local jurisdictions that will be seeing that probably in August, because we're not seeing it yet in July. But and then draft ambulance contract. We have a medical program director contract coming up October, November. And then the Office of Insurance Commissioner rates moved from October 1st to November 1st, gave them a little more time to create the document and the agreement. We will also see an EMS interlocal cooperation agreement update come September, October, that we'll review. And then hopefully we'll have an ambulance contract, November, December. So just in the nick of time. So again, thanks to the work group though, they were a huge help in orchestrating all this and continuing to work since we only meet once a month. Yeah, so that's the update.
Councilmember Overholzer, there's a lot of work involved in that 2-minute report out from both you and the city manager. So thank you for that service. Yep. I don't think there's any other council member reports out on committees. I do have 2 that I'll report out on. One is RTC, which is Regional Transportation Council. I sit on that as vice chair. I wanted to give council a heads up that the city of Battle Ground has applied for over 13 million as part of the Safe Streets for All. And I want to highlight that just more so to commend staff on putting the work and getting that in. We don't know if we're going to get it, but the fact that the staff looks for these dollars to try to supplement our budget is much appreciated. And it's a lot of work that goes into those. And that's one thing that really helps our budget. And this point, this is public works, but every single department in our city does this all the time. So I just wanted to thank Mark and your crew for doing that. The other thing that I thought was kind of interesting, and you guys are welcome to take a look at this, but they did a congestion management report out. And you can all think of a number, 502 and 503, where it sits is the busiest intersections in Clark County.
Mm.
And as I travel that intersection, I realized how well designed that is, considering that it is the 5th busiest intersection in all of Clark County. 52,500 volume intersection. So the highest being Fourth Plain, 70,000 at SR 500 and 503. So anyway, there's a lot of great information in here. If you're a numbers geek like I am, you might find it interesting. For the rest of you, it's good nighttime reading. Secondly, we'd have a CTRAN meeting. We'll get to that a little bit later in the meeting, but the big result of that, two things. There was the groundbreaking of the Vine up to Wazoo V. But secondly, the bigger issue is the, I'm going to get the name wrong again, of the committee, the composition committee. I always want to call it the organization, but it's the composition committee. If you have questions about that, now would be the time. I'm happy to answer any questions. I did send you out the letter that we got from the state, we being CTRAN. I don't think this should be a surprise to many people. We're going through this, but here's where we are, and we will face those things ahead of us. Any questions on that report out on CTRAN and the proportionality change in CTRAN board membership? No? Okay. Brings us to mayor's report. Just one quick hit item. I want to make sure that council is okay. We've talked about it. I want to formalize it that our 2026 budget committee will be reconvened as budget study sessions of the entire council. Now would be the time to have objection to that process. If not, we will move forward without objection. Okay, we will move forward then. Second thing on the mayor's report is a report out on harvest days. We have a distinguished guest here that maybe can help me report out on that. Kendrick, could you maybe come up and help me out on that? I did miss some of it due to a personal obligation, so I'm not qualified to report out on this evening.
Microphone.
My name is Kendra, and I am with the Battleground Festival Association. And we just came off of Harvest Days weekend, which all in all, I think was a great success. We had a lot of great help and assistance, which is one of the reasons why I'm here. I wanted to really extend my gratitude to the city, who really partners with us and helps us put this event on. It takes a lot of people and a lot of volunteers and a lot of manpower and a lot of time. And so many people here not only did their job that they do with the city to help us, but also came out and helped us personally. Rob Ferrier and his wife, thank you so much for all your help. Chief Flynn and the BGPD were fantastic. Fire District 3 was great. Eric Overholzer, organizing and keeping the volunteers coming. It's greatly appreciated, and it takes the whole city, both workers and people, to put on this event. I think most everything came off without a hitch for the most part. I mean, we know some stuff on the back end that always has to be cleaned up, but I don't think most everybody else sees those things. And I just wanted to say thank you all. We really do appreciate what you do. And we're looking forward to already starting to plan our next event for October. So not much time to rest before we get going on the next one. So thanks so much, and happy Harvest Days. I will say one other thing. I did have a chance. I haven't talked to a lot of the businesses in town, but I did speak to one of the restaurants here who told me they had their most successful Harvest Days ever this last weekend.
Oh.
So I hope it was good for the businesses in the city as well. So
That's
thank you
great.
so much. Oh, one other little thing. Mark, I would like to have a chat with you about the banner. If we could maybe revisit that, I would appreciate that. Okay, thank you.
And thank you, Kendra, for all you do.
You mind if I make a comment?
Go for it.
Is that okay?
Yeah.
Thank you, Kendra, for those kind words. I do appreciate that. Two things. The command center was awesome and insane to see the amount of fire department and police and the efforts behind keeping the Harvest Days safe was awesome. So getting to walk through that was great, but also like to recognize that people like John Inziga, Kendra, Shane Bowman, and the board, if it wasn't for those people coordinating this whole thing, we wouldn't have a Harvest Days at all. So just throw some appreciation back at you guys for everything you do behind the scenes to actually make it so we have that event at all.
Sounds like maybe we have a project for a high school economics person, maybe to come do economic impact to Harvest Days.
There you go.
Again, yeah, great event. Highlight of the summer for Battleground. So thank you again, committee. Next up, we have, I also want to give public commenters heads up. It's going to be about a minute. It's not going to be 3 minutes because we have a lot of people signed up. So you can start, if you need to edit, I'll give you some time. If you haven't filled one out, do it now. So right now we're talking about the council appointment to the new Clark County Regional Park Sustainability Future Task Team. The purpose of this Regional Park Sustainable Future Task Team is to explore, identify, and recommend sustainable funding strategies for the region to preserve, maintain, and enhance public parks and natural areas. This effort will include evaluating potential funding options and providing a report and recommendations to elected officials, including county and city councils. This won't be an ongoing committee. This is going to be a one-time formation, and then this committee will eventually dissolve, is my understanding. So if anybody would like to serve as that person, please let us know and we will appoint you to that.
Mayor McQuay, I'm interested in taking that role.
Okay. Yeah, if nobody else is interested, I would gladly accept a motion to approve the appointment.
Can I be the alternate?
Sure, absolutely.
Yeah.
Please make it in one motion.
I move to appoint Councilmember Jeannie Kuipers and Councilmember Victoria Ferrer to the,
Regional Park Sustainable Future Task Team.
that one, thank you.
Second.
Was that a second down there, Councilmember Overholzer?
Yes, sir.
All right. I have a motion by Councilmember DeRocher, second by Councilmember Overholzer to appoint Councilmember Kuipers with an alternate as Councilmember Ferrer to the Regional Parks Sustainable Future Task Team. Any discussion? Seeing none, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Passes unanimously. Look forward to those report outs. This brings us to the aforementioned C-Tran Composition Review Committee. We'll consider the appointment of that. We must have this done pretty much by tomorrow. The purpose of the C-Tran is to review the composition of C-Tran board. I have been involved in discussions. Some of these discussions, they're just now coming public because we were concerned about legal issues. Some of these weren't exact. So I'm happy to sit on this if the council so desires. Otherwise, you're welcome to make a motion to appoint somebody else to that.
I move to approve the mayor,
Second.
McCoy.
Second.
Motion by Deputy Mayor Bowman, second by, was that Councilmember DeRochers?
Yes.
Any other discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? And one more, Lodging Tax Committee. Like to make a change to that to move Deputy Mayor Bowman as part of the funded organization member. We had Wayne Rivers serving as this from 2017 to February of 2025. Thank you, Mr. Rivers, for your service on this committee. 8 years is a long time to do anything, especially a committee that's related to government in any way, shape, or form. So we appreciate your hard work on that. I would look for council's approval to approve the appointment of Deputy Mayor Shane Bowman as funded organization member to the LTAC committee.
So moved.
Who was that?
Second.
Okay, I have a motion by Councilmember Kuipers, second by Councilmember Ferrer. All in favor?
Not seconded by Fran.
Oh, DeRocher, sorry.
Yeah.
Thank you. That's why I say it out loud.
Huh? Problem.
It's the only mistake I'll make tonight, I swear. All right, any discussion? Seeing none, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye. None opposed. And then secondly, we need a council member then to take Deputy Mayor Bowman's place. So I'd like to put Councilmember DeRochers on there, and if somebody else wants to be the alternate, that's fine as well. But I would entertain that motion as well to fill that committee spot.
Is that gonna be putting a lot of weight on you, Mayor?
I'm just alternate, or somebody else can be alternate. Alternate's not, this committee meets once or twice a year. So the alternate really, it's not a,
Move to approve Councilmember DeRozier's, the mayor as the alternate to LTAC.
Second.
thank you. Motion by Deputy Mayor Bowman, second by Councilmember Ferrer. All in favor?
Aye.
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 Any opposed? Thank you. Passes unanimously. All right. That brings us to new employee introductions. And I believe Kristen is up.
To drag her up here. Sorry. Good evening. It is my pleasure to introduce Jessie Patterson. Jessie joins us as a permit technician in the Community Development Department. Previously, Jessie worked as a permit tech for the City of Portland, Clark County, and the City of Everett. Per her words, she has 2 spoiled cats. I did not call them that. One of which she told me is an older kitten that's still learning, which she has shared involves lots of redirecting and repeating off and get down. Jessie attended the University of Texas at Austin, and I had to look up the Hookem term that she shared related to this topic and learned that it refers to the Texas Longhorn mascot. Yeah, there's science. Okay. Jessie enjoys traveling and being in nature, which includes adventures to the Oregon coast. She also likes finding new breakfast spots with her friends. And a fun fact about Jessie is that she did not live in the continental United States from the age of 6 until her high school graduation. So with that, I will turn the microphone over to her just to say a few words.
Hi, everybody. I just wanted to say I'm very excited to join the city. Everyone has been so warm and welcoming, and I just appreciate the opportunity and can't wait to see how the city grows. Thank you.
Awesome. Welcome on board. And somebody once told me that if reincarnation is real, I want to come back as a pet in the United States of America. Yeah.
Boomer sooner.
He's got to get his wins in now because it won't happen on Saturday.
Yeah, it's true.
Football. And one more introduction. Our deputy city manager has one.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, members of council. It is my pleasure to introduce our new Recreation and Events Center Manager, Joanna Martin. She has a very impressive background. I'll read some of it here. Over the past 25 years, Joanna has held positions in parks and recreation departments for the cities of Ellensburg, Sammamish, Marysville, and Longview. More than 20 of those years were spent managing a wide range of facility rentals, up to 70 special events annually, and hundreds of recreation programs. And for the past 4 years, she has directed the maintenance of 300 acres of parkland and oversaw the care of 13,000 trees. She also serves in leadership capacities with the Washington Recreation and Parks Association, the Pacific Northwest Resource Management School, and the Green Communities Leadership Institute, where she develops and presents training content to support the growth and development of parks and recreation professionals like herself. She holds a Master of Public Administration, that's an MPA from Seattle University, and she also has 3 bachelor's degrees from Central Washington in Recreation and Tourism, Speech Communication, and Psychology. On the personal side, her household includes her nearly 16-year-old son and their 18-month-old dog. Some of her hobbies and special skills: she's passionate about volunteering with both community and professional organizations. A couple of her favorite roles have included coaching the Special Olympics and then mucking stalls at a horse rescue. But the most meaningful role she's had has been the last 10 years as a foster parent. A lot of pages. Fun facts about Joanna. She proudly identifies as a nerd who loves to learn and discover new things through books, podcasts, and conversations. She finds joy in building spreadsheets. I don't understand why. Digging into data and organizing complex information. And despite her success in parks and helping raise 11 kids, she maintains a flawless track record of killing every household plant she's ever owned. Joanna is deeply committed to growth, both for herself and those around her. She finds joy in mentoring others, creating learning opportunities, and connecting people to the resources they need to thrive. And with that, I'll ask Joanna to say a few words.
Thank you so much. I am so excited to be here and to kind of dig into, learn more about Battleground and what the community would like in terms of recreation services. So I'm excited to be here.
Well, we're excited to have you, Joanna. If you want to come up and meet council, I just want to share with council, I dropped by the event center and Joanna says, I kind of want to move my office so I can greet everybody. So looking forward to the impact she's going to have. And that concludes our presentations. Right. This is going to bring us to the citizen communications portion. What's that? One on Zoom. Okay, thank you. Oh, I'm sorry. No, we have citizens community. Say that again, but louder.
You're right. You're right. You're right.
There's about 30, so we'll do a minute each. We'll now open the meeting for citizens communications. Individuals are limited to 1 minute to provide the comments. Total time for public comment shall not exceed 30 minutes. It's an opportunity to hear from members of the public in a limited public forum, not an opportunity for extended comments or dialogue. Please refrain from derogatory remarks, personal attacks, especially this time of year, campaign speeches, and applause. Although the City Council desires to allow public comment, the city's business must proceed in an orderly, timely manner. Please direct your comments to the mayor. The council may not be able to respond to individual comments. We may refer you to a staff member for assistance. To that end, the city manager does have business cards up here where the clerks are, and that's also where if you have any handouts, please hand them to the clerks as well. and they will be sure to distribute those to all of council. If you have additional comments that you didn't get to today, you're welcome to email council at any time. We do read those. Thank you for your understanding and participating in council meeting this evening. We do have one on Zoom. Do you want to start there? Okay.
At any time.
Mr. North, you have been unmuted and may speak for 1 minute, sir.
Okay.
Hello, can you hear me? Hello, can you hear me? I'm not sure I'm getting
Timer on my
through.
phone if you want to take off the timer.
Unmuted.
See if we can unmute him. I know we have had this problem.
For 1 minute, sir.
Our Deputy Mayor, you got it? So we're going to try that again. You'll hear an audible timer over a mic when your minute's up.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Oh, okay, I just wasn't sure I was getting through. I'm sorry. Okay, my name is Rick North. I'm the former CEO of the Oregon American Cancer Society and former Safe Food Director of the Oregon Physicians for Social Responsibility. I'm now retired. I once supported water fluoridation. All I'd heard was that it was, quote, safe and effective. But when I looked at the science, I discovered it was neither. Based on a wealth of published studies, I changed my mind. It's such a serious risk that I volunteered for the past 14 years with a large group of scientists, physicians, and dentists all over the country to end it. You've heard the claim that fluoridation is one of the top 10 health achievements of the 20th century. Actually, it's one of the most widely rejected practices in the world. Out of 196 nations, only 24 have any fluoridation. The National Toxicology Program, the highest level review in the country, reported last August that water fluoridation or water.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for that. That's your time on that. And then we'll move on. I tried to group these rest of these by subject, so we'll see how I did. First up, we have Rick Hauser. Yeah, and you're welcome to stand or sit, whatever makes you more comfortable. If you just drag the microphone to whichever choice makes you more comfortable.
I'm here to talk about your survey wherein you asked the question, who would support restricting fireworks to safe and sane fireworks? And a majority said yes to that. Back in a previous life, I was a trial lawyer in another state for many years. And I kind of assessed the city's liability for fireworks as a kind of an iffy proposition until I saw that survey. And now I think you're squarely in the crosshairs. And the longer that you wait to consider that suggestion, the worse it's going to get in terms of litigation strategy. If you decide to take it up, I think you better have a good reason for rejecting that notion. And in my opinion, making a lot of money for worthy causes is not a good reason to do that. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Next up, Darlene West.
I'm coming you to express a growing concern regarding the pickleball courts that are located at Kiwanis Park. While we understand and support the efforts to promote healthy recreation, we would like to address a range of issues that are significantly affecting our neighborhood that we live in. One of the primary concerns is the excessive noise generated by play. The courts, which are metal covered, create a pronounced echo effect and greatly amplifies the sound. So with up to 24 players using the courts at one time, the combined noise level becomes overwhelming and constant throughout the day. The repetitive clatter of paddles and balls echoed and intensified by the structure makes it extremely difficult for us nearby residents to enjoy a moment of quiet in our own homes. So we would like to suggest that you enforce the 8 a.m. to 9 p.m. pickleball rule by locking and unlocking the gates, and then maybe conducting better mitigation measures such as acoustic fencing or better sound barriers. Thank you.
Thank you, Darlene. Next up, Jessica Cole.
Hi, City Council. I'm Jessica Cole. Can't get this all in a minute. July 3rd celebration, one thing I loved was the volume of the music was low enough so in case of emergency, people could hear. And I appreciate the two counselors, Ferrer and DeRochers, for allowing people to dunk them. And the weather was great. Also, I went to the skate park for the very first time last week. And I talked to Will doing the mural. And I'm hoping that you all do a ribbon cutting when it's finished. And the weather was great. And then Harvest Days on Friday, a lot of safety with crossing the streets more than last year. And I really appreciated that. I appreciated Prairie Tavern being up Main Street or up Parkway, so away from Main Street. The weather was great. And Saturdays, weather was great for the parade. And that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you, Jessica. Next, we have, I believe it's Kalenda Farber for Battleground. What? Yeah, come on up to the microphone, please, if you wouldn't mind.
Hi, City Council. All I have to say is I'd like to see these streets in Battleground become a lot safer. I've had several, as the first car left turn resident at an intersection have had vehicles go through red lights on me. I'm not understanding this, but it's happening more frequently. I'm also seeing a straightaway on 15th Avenue being taken advantage of because it is a straightaway. We have children at West Common Apartments, tons of kids, mothers, strollers, and animals. I've almost gotten hit. Vehicle got hit the other day. And it was a hit and run. I don't know why there's not enough police in Battleground. I'd like to see that increased. I'd like to see cameras put in the intersections for tickets. And I'd just like to see these streets become a lot safer. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up, Laurel Pascal out of Vancouver.
I just asked for public record on two items. One is the fluoridation and neurotoxicity. There is no question that fluoride is a neurotoxic, damaging the brain and central nervous system, as documented by hundreds of recent studies. It cannot be declared safe. The second one is the perversion of public health. The EPA appeal landmark ruling that fluoride poses unreasonable risk to kids' health. It's a poison. It shouldn't be in the water at all. We spit out toothpaste because it's a poison. And in the back of the toothpaste, it says, consult poison control if swallowed. How do you spit it out of your water? You can't. You shouldn't be drinking this. When people voted to have it in the water, they were told it was good for your teeth. They weren't told it was a poison. They would have never voted for it. When treating fluoride like medication, there's no control on how much people ingest. No medical doctor would prescribe any medication without knowing their age, weight,
That's your
or
time.
medical history. This would be.
Thank you. That's your time. Thank you. Next up, Wynn Gersich.
Considering what a dangerous
subject that you're putting in the drinking water, I'd like to know what books you read. If you read The Fluoride Deception, there's no way on earth that you would ever put that in the water. And everybody here, Victoria has the download that you can actually get it and read it on your own computer. Anybody gives her an email, she'll give it to you. This here is another water book. This one here is from Paul Connett, whose son did the fluoride lawsuit in San Francisco. This is Fluoride, the Aging Factor. Which ones did you read before you chose to put poison in the drinking water? This one is the most interesting one because it says China doesn't put it in their water, and yet we're purchasing their air pollution to put in your water. So this is really sickening, is the fact that there was another article I put on public record about Tacoma has the highest serial killers from this state because of the air pollution from Reynolds. It was their smelter that came out from their chimney. All this air pollution caused people to go crazy. And this is what you're putting in the water.
Thank you. That's your time. Bill Ramsey, you're up next. I think, yeah, Battleground, sorry. Bill Ramsey, are you up? Okay.
Good evening, council members. I'm here as well for the pickleball court at Kiwanis. There's only been 2 days since it's been up that I have not called 311. There are people there at 6:30 in the morning, 10 o'clock at night. We do need to try to have the hours there. The noise, my neighbor actually has a decibel meter. It's gotten up to 100 when the courts are full. I'd recommend try to enclosing it to help the neighbors out. I've Googled it. My property value on average dropped 30% with pickleball courts. 4 blocks away, it drops 15%. So not only, I like the idea of community, but losing value to homeowners is another thing to think about as well. I would like to see the hours. I don't want to call 311 every night. I'd also like to see the noise level go down, please. Thank you.
Thank you. And just remind, is park hours on the agenda tonight or is that next? Okay. So we are discussing park hours tonight, just so you're for your aware. Margaret Tweet, Camus.
Good evening, council. There was a meta-analysis and in-depth statistical analysis of 74 studies specifically on children's IQ and fluoride exposure. And the meta-analysis found a statistically significant association between higher fluoride exposure and lower child IQ scores. The more fluoride a child is exposed to, the more likely the child's IQ will be lower than if they were not exposed. I would also like to point to a study done by University of Southern California, University of Florida, and Indiana University of 229 mother-child pairs. And they found that 0.68 milligrams per liter of fluoride exposure during pregnancy was associated with nearly double the chance of a child by age 3 exhibiting neurobehavioral problems. Their fluoride exposure came primarily from fluoridated tap water in Los Angeles, which has a water fluoridation of
Sorry,
0.7
that's your time, Margaret.
milligrams per liter.
Next up, Mike Hamilton from Camus.
Mayor McCoy and Battleground City Council members, I'm Dr. Mike Hamilton. I live in Clark County. My daughter-in-law grew up in Battleground and graduated from these schools. I studied chemistry for 4 years, 2 years up at University of Washington, then 4 more years and became a doctor of chiropractic. In 1901, a beginning dentist, Dr. Frederick McKay, moved to Colorado Springs, Colorado. Some of the people there had teeth with something called Colorado brown stain, occasionally so bad that their teeth resembled chocolate candy. It was described as a deformity for life. They took, I'm going to skip that. That was called fluorosis. It decreases cavities. There's no question. The 2 governmental agencies lowered their recommended levels of dosage to 0.7 milligrams per liter. Your dosage in Battleground is 1. you are looking at the meta-analysis by each of the Hospitaller and
Thank
by
you, sir.
JAMA. I need about 5 more seconds.
5 more seconds is what you got.
Okay, Meta by and JAMA conclude that they have discovered fluoride in drinking water lowers IQ scores in your city. That's a walking, talking invitation to
And
a
that,
lawsuit.
that's your 5. Thank you, sir.
Thank you for the extra bit.
Yeah, Joanne Kavanaugh. I believe that, did I say that right? Make sure you get up to that microphone so everybody can hear you. There we go. Thank you. Or you can move it wherever's more comfortable.
Okay. I'm a registered dental hygienist. Fluoride.
Oh, sorry, that was my time.
Oh,
We'll reset that if we
okay.
can.
Fluoride is a prescribed medication requiring informed consent. It is not possible to choose and give an informed consent if it is in our drinking, bathing, swimming, gardening, and outdoor water supply. A medication should not be imposed on people, pets, wildlife, birds, insects that don't need it, or over-medicated by a variety of sources. The accumulation from several sources is concerning. The toothpaste, floss, tablets, mouthwash, lozenges, gum, food, dental treatments. The entire state of Utah and Florida have recently removed fluoride from their water system, along with many counties and cities. Filters to remove fluoride are expensive. Fluoridation is very expensive for our city. Just the fluoride alone is $1,000 every month. And there's the salary and insurance and benefits for the people who have to test for it every day. The cost of protective gear, because it is labeled as a highly hazardous, toxic, poison, deadly substance. The equipment is around $50,000. It must be maintained, repaired, and replaced. It is an estimated $4,000 to $5,000 every month to put this unessential chemical in our water system.
Thank you, Joanne.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next up, Douglas Tweet, Camus.
Okay, thank you. A report that people are referring to was published January 6th by the National Institutes of Health. It was a meta-analysis was published in the prestigious journal JAMA Pediatrics. It was a systematic review and meta-analysis of 74 other studies and took many years, and they found a significant association between the more fluoride in drinking water, the lower IQs of children. And the levels go down to the levels of water that are typically in water in the United States. And based on this, the U.S. Federal Court last fall ruled against the Environmental Protection Agency, stating that you must regulate fluoride as unhealthy towards children. Now, there's a number of jurisdictions that currently do not put fluoride on the drinking water locally. It's Washougal, Hillsborough, Oregon, Clackamas County in Oregon, Portland, Oregon, for many years does not put fluoride. Recently, states of Utah, states of Florida have
Douglas.
banned it.
Thank you, sir. Next up, Natalia. I'm going to blame your handwriting, but I probably couldn't get the last name right regardless. So if you would state your name for the record, though.
My name is Dr. Natalia Sakun, and I volunteer with Medical Teams International and Battleground Healthcare. I serve on the board of directors at Free Clinic, and we provide care to members of our community who cannot afford regular dental visits. And many of patients, working families, doing their very best to stay healthy, but they lack insurance, transportation, and resources to get preventive care in time. And so I'm speaking as an advocate for these patients because they're very dear to my heart. The families I serve often come to us after the damage is already done, and they have delayed care because they simply could not afford it. And by the time they do make it in, the decay is so severe that we are left with a very few options. Sedation becomes necessary for very young children. Restorations become very extensive. Stainless steel crowns become the only reasonable treatment to save their teeth, especially in children at high risk of dental disease. Oftentimes, we resort to SDF, so-called silver diamond fluoride.
Natalie,
Please, sir, I just need 5 seconds.
5 is
Just a few dollars per person per year. Water fluoridation is the most cost-effective way to reduce cavities.
Thank you.
It costs about 50
That's your time. I'm sorry. We're trying to be fair to everybody. Thank you.
so much for your attention.
Conway Jensen.
Good evening. My name is Dr. Conway Jensen. I'm a board certified pediatric dentist here in Battleground for the last 17 years. I see the effects of fluoridation in the community every day. So I am all for it. Fluoridation, and of course, the percentage that we have it in is very beneficial. Just like oxygen, 21% helpful, 100% will kill you. Ibuprofen, 400 milligrams, take care of a headache. 1,000 milligrams, you'll destroy your liver. Everything in proportion is important. The people we're hurting most when we're removing the fluoride is our low social economic children. And in this area, there's a lot of those. And those are the people that are gonna be hurt most from if we remove the fluoride. I see it every day, and I can contest having a degree in biochemistry that, you know, it is beneficial. But again, everything in moderation is all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. John Stafford.
Thank you. My name is John Stafford. I spent nearly 30 years as a water treatment plant operator, systems operator for Clark Public Utilities. I'm retired now. Clark Public Utilities does not fluoridate their water. In fact, most of the world does not fluoridate their water. There is a reason for that. This isn't a dental problem, it's a diet problem. This is an education issue. The water is not a place for dental prevention. The water is a source of replenishment. This is not just about what we allow in our bodies, but what we don't allow in our bodies. We know that fluoride is beneficial for the teeth, but what the effects of it on your body? According to the Limas Polling Institute, fluoride is not necessary for growth of life. In fact, studies of the NIH reveal fluoride impacts our pineal gland, our connection to our instincts, and sleep cycles. And all right.
Thank you, sir. Michelle Copeland, Vancouver. On the other side over there, yeah.
Thank you for your time. I am for fluoridation in water. Water fluoridation is something that I think affects the worst. I'm sorry. It affects people the most who are of lower socioeconomics. Some of those people can't afford dental care and they don't have the insurance. Community water fluoridation has also been hailed by the CDC as one of the 10 great public health achievements of the 20th century. Water fluoridation is safe, effective, and healthy. 70 years of research and thousands of studies and the experience of more than 210 million Americans tell us that water fluoridation is effective in preventing cavities and is safe for children and adults. Fluoride at the recommended concentration of 0.7 milligrams per liter used in community water, fluoridation would take nearly 120 gallons or 1,900 8-ounce glasses of water to drink at one time to reach the acute dose that people are talking about.
Thank you, Michelle.
Excuse me?
Thank you.
Thank you.
Dave Terry.
I'm Dave Terry, Battleground resident. I'm here to talk about supporting fluoridation in our water. Community water fluoridation began in the United States in 1945, and it's been used in many countries as cost-effective public health strategy, especially for dental decay. You've heard that. Fluoride naturally occurs in water. Some places like Florida have a lot, some places have less. But usually water fluoridation process adjusts the level to an optimal concentration for dental health. 0.7 milligrams per liter. I think you've heard that already tonight. Water fluoridation, studies show that water fluoridation reduces tooth decay in children and adults by 25%, and especially for lower income families that don't get regular dental care, it's essential for keeping their teeth healthy. Let's see, fluoride levels in drinking water are regulated to 0.7 milligrams per liter. We talked about that. The Environmental Protection Agency sets a maximum contaminant level of 4 milligrams per liter.
Thank you, Dave.
That's a heck of a lot more. Thank you very much for your time, Council.
Thank you, sir. Ronald Hugh. Hopefully I pronounced that right. I apologize if I didn't.
Hello, Council. My name is Ron Xu. I'm a board-certified pediatric dentist, affiliate assistant professor at UW, also the local county ABCD program champion. I practiced at the General Dental location here as a pediatric dentist from 2006 to 2016. In those 10 years, I treated about 20,000 kids in Battleground and the greater surrounding area. Far it be from me to tell you what to do, but what I can tell you is that during those 10 years, there's a marked difference between the people who live within your fluoridated boundary and people who don't live in your fluoridated boundary. I'm glad to hear that lady brought up China. I'm from Taiwan. There's a saying in Chinese called 牙疼不是病，疼起来真要命. What it means is toothache is not considered a disease. When it hurts like it's gonna kill you. And that's what that saying is. And so the bottom line is that this is safe, effective, and hopefully you'll do it for your children. Thanks.
Thank you, sir. Rob Reynolds. Bob, sorry. That one I can pronounce. That was on me.
Hi, thank you, Mayor and council members. My name is Bob Reynolds. I represent Informed Choice Washington, thousands of members across the state, hundreds in Battleground. We are an affiliate of Children's Health Defense as well. Tens of thousands of members across the state, even at least as much in Battleground. We are, in general, opposed to fluoridation, especially on the informed consent level. Most of the public doesn't even know they're taking in this 0.7 milligrams per liter. And so I ask you to listen to the presentation tonight that you'll get from the Public Works Director. And there'll be some statistics. I looked in the package and there'll be some statistics about water fluoridation levels. Say in Kentucky, 97% of the people receive their fluoride through the community water. Hawaii has 8.5% or some really low number. Why don't they do the study? If they had the data, they would have their own studies done right now to prove that this is actually an effective treatment. Do not put poison. It's a poison that you don't even want to be liable for. Your workers should not even want to be liable for handling this material. Thank you.
Carl Rose.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. I'm Carl Rose. I'm a general dentist here at East Fork Dental and Battleground. I've been practicing here for 20 years. I was going to go over different facts here, but I think they've been covered. I'm in support of fluoridated water. Consistently, when we've seen children, the ones in Battleground have less tooth decay. The ones that are up in North County on well water and PUD water have significantly higher decay. Sometimes we have to take out permanent molars on 6, 7, 8-year-olds, and by and large, those are children that don't have fluoride in their water. So thank you.
Thank you, sir. That's all the signups I got. Is there anybody else that wanted to have their 1 minute quickly? All right, with that, we will close citizens' communications and we'll move on to consent agenda. Council, what's your pleasure?
Second.
I have a motion to approve by Deputy Mayor Bowman and the second was by Councilmember Overholser. Any discussion? Seeing none, all in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed?
62 and you agree, spam.
Okay, I believe next we have Mark up. And for those asking about pickleball, this would be your agenda item.
So good evening, council. Tonight, we're going to have the public hearing for the new parks rules. As part of those rules, give me a second. It's because it was talked about, I'll give my page will stay.
What's the temperature? What's the temperature? Fingertips like refrigerators.
So we've talked about this a couple times. Big change in the rules is changing it. Right now we're from dawn to dusk. So general park rules would be from 6 a.m. to 10 p.m. There would be special hours to apply to specific facilities. The pickleball courts and the basketball court at Kiwanis would be 8 to 9 p.m. And then the skate park would be 7 a.m. to 10 p.m. And then there was a couple other minor updates to the rules. So I'd recommend we have the public hearing and go from there.
All right, with that, I'll now open the public hearing at 7:54 p.m. For public testimony, individuals are now limited to 3 minutes to provide comments on the park rules ordinances number 2025-10. Please direct your comments to the mayor. Please approach the microphone and provide your name for the record. Do we have anybody on Zoom to start us off?
No, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, nobody on Zoom. So public, we're taking testimony on park hours. Yeah, this would be your,
You get 3 minutes this time.
you got to double dip.
I'm back, thank you. 6 a.m., it's neighborhoods. We have retired people. We have people with medical issues. Even right now, when it's dusk to dawn or 8 to dusk, it's still a lot for the neighbors in the neighborhood. Before you even think about that, I would please recommend come talk to all of the neighbors around there. And a lot of us are going to say, absolutely not. Myself, I am retired due to health issues. The noise alone, just like the other day, we had people playing pickleball at 6:15 in the morning. If they say the park is open at 6, they're going to take advantage of the pickleball court, the basketball court. I please talk to the people that live by there before you guys even think about changing the hours on that. And that's all I'm going to ask. And thank you for your time.
Thank you, sir. Anybody else? And Mark, could you just remind me, what was the proposed hours for pickleball?
Pickleball.
8 to 9.
Yeah, 8 to 9.
So
Please,
if
please
you-
state your name.
Oh, I'm sorry, I'm Darlene West. If you make the park hours 6 a.m. to 10 p.m. and you make the pickleball 8 a.m. to 9 p.m., unless you enforce the pickleball, they're going to come and play at 6 a.m. and they're not going to stop playing until after 10 p.m. So when you have a combined park like we do at Kiwanis, you can't have 6 a.m. to 10 p.m. for the park and 8 a.m. to 9 p.m. for the courts, unless you find a way to enforce the pickleball courts, maybe some automatic locking of the gates, someone come open it in the morning or close it at night and lock it. But it's just 13 hours of pickleball is a lot. We that live the closest to the park, we can't even sit outside anymore. And we would like to be able to enjoy the backyard of our house, but we can't because of the excessive noise of the pickleball courts. And I would really urge that you do some more research on mitigating the sound level of those courts. Because I think they're great. Pickleball is a great sport and recreation in this area is a good thing. But before this ever happened, there should have been a lot more community involvement on where you could have put those courts, rather than none of us in the area were ever approached and ever asked our thoughts on where these pickleball courts should have been put. But as far as the park hours, I don't know about other parks, but if you put 2 different times in one park, unless you enforce that, it's never going to happen. And you're going to constantly get calls all the time. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Any other members of the public? Please approach the microphone and state your name for the record.
Hello, my name's Jessica Cole, and my only feedback is I would prefer some set times as opposed to dawn to dusk, because I don't know when that is ever. I don't know what the weather is. I'm always surprised because I just don't check my apps and things like that. So set hours would be beneficial to me personally.
Thank you, Jessica. Anybody else from the public wish to provide comment on the park hours ordinance? Seeing no further members of the public wishing to speak, I'll now close the public hearing at 7:58 PM. And can we have the title read, please?
Ordinance number 2025-10, an ordinance amending Battleground Municipal Code Title 8, Health and Safety, Chapter 8.18, Parks Rules and Regulations.
And council, any questions or discussion on this?
Yes, Mayor. You want to go?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, sorry. He beat me to it. He can go first if you want.
Deputy Mayor Bowman?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So this is a tough one, setting hours and rules. I took my wife and daughter down to the skate park the other night to look at the mural. And in the skate park, I found 2 adults drinking alcohol, open, leaving their containers there, kids all around as they continued to skate. Hypodermic needle underneath the bench right next to where the mural's being painted. 2 kids smoking, going around. We got big signs there that say none of that stuff. And PD came down, and I pulled around the corner, and I'm like, you know what? I'm going to see what happens when PD comes. And to my surprise, I thought people would scatter. To my surprise, is all the ones that were sitting on the benches now got up and were suddenly skateboarding, because all the stuff that was going on, oh no, I'm out here skateboarding. It's not my beer, right? It's not my stuff. And that's just one of our parks, right? And we can't, how do we patrol that? It doesn't matter if it's pickleball. We just heard today, if we have to call 311, that's another thing for our officers to do, is to go and on a priority list, a noise complaint, or, we've heard speeding tonight, we've heard red lights, we've heard enforcement from us, that we want more enforcement, more things for our officers to do. Who's taking care of this? Who's going to take care of these hours? Who's going to go down and shut the gates and lock the gates? Because it doesn't seem like it's happening. And so I think that, we set these rules, and it's just makes us feel good that we set some rules, and then we can enforce some stuff when, later on, if it gets bad. But I don't know how we do this and have enforcement. Is it through parks? Is it through, there's no one here at 10 o'clock at night except for PD to enforce these rules. And do we want to send our police officers out to lock the gates at the pickleball courts, and to, there's no gates at the basketball court, so you can play away there. To lock the fence at the skate park, to, is that the best use of our officers? So what is our plan from the cities? Like, I'm asking you guys, what is the plan to deal with that? Is it police?
Yeah, I know for Public Works, the opening on the weekdays is about the only time we can contribute, because that's when staff is there. The other times it's got to be PD, because like you said, they're the 24/7.
So do you, because I happen to be on Facebook mostly to look at what people comment about Harvest Days, just to get a gauge of where we're at. But I saw the complaints about the park and the pickleball, and the amount of people attacking people that live there about, hey, it's just people wanting to play, let them play, those type of things. Do we need to have, and this is expense. Do we set cameras up? Do we put cameras up, and if you're not obeying the rules, you get trespassed from the park? Do we publicly shame people for not obeying the rules? I mean, we got a city of, I won't say there's a big portion of our city that doesn't care about rules. And if you don't think so, join me for Harvest Days next year, and I'll point them all out to you. I mean, we can't follow a rule how we pass out candy. So we don't care about parks and streets and you know, so that's my concern is it makes us look good. We set a rule, but we don't have any way to enforce it except for our police officers who have other things going on. And we're asking more and more of them. And then when it comes time for budget and we talk police officers, we're going to talk about how expensive it gets, but we're asking them to police parks. That's tough for me. I don't know. I don't know what the magic answer is to this, and except, you know, having indoor facilities that you lock and walk away. I don't know how we do it. So I'm not in favor of, I kind of agree that, like, if you're in the park at 6 a.m., if I'm going to play pickleball, I'm not sitting there waiting for 2 hours, you know, like I'm first in line waiting for this thing to open up, you know, but maybe there is. But I think it ought to all be the same personally, and then we got to figure out how to enforce it. Thank you.
Councilmember Fur?
Thank you, Mayor. So yeah, obviously we need to set the, you know, the codes. We need to, so then we can, you know, enforce them. Now, how we do that, right? I agree with you. I do like what our citizen presented, the fact that having 2 different hours in the park is, how are you going to, you know, how is that going to work really? My other concern is we've done dawn to dusk, but then you have here in the Pacific Northwest, right? You have hours where, well, in the winter time, you know, that could be 5 a.m., right? And at night could be 5 p.m. So then we have, I know we're supposed to be talking about all parks. So to do a 6 to 10 for all parks, I mean, we have lighting that isn't at all of our parks. So and the idea is we set dawn to dusk so we don't have prowlers and people doing illegal things such as drugs and drinking. Yeah, so I just don't, I also would like to have a more of a conversation on what exactly do we as council feel would be the better option. I don't think, honestly, 6 and 10 is the right one. I think 10 is too late, 6 is too early, especially considering how that park, it's wrapped around so many neighbors. Yeah.
I'll just add, just for information's sake, for dawn to dusk in 2024, the longest time period that would have been was 4:41 a.m. to 9:41 p.m. And the shortest time would be 7:10 to 5 p.m.
So yeah, 4:41, that's pretty early. Yeah, I wouldn't be happy with that.
Good.
I thought the proposal was to.
Hold on,
Oh,
Councilmember
sorry.
Overholzer?
Yeah, thanks, Mr. Mayor. I have a question. Could we look into the ability of remote locking, of timed locking of that facility?
We can. So at some of the restrooms, we have a remote locking system on them. I think the still issue that comes up is somebody's in there and the lock, they're still going to be in there playing. So unless somebody comes and physically forces them out, you know, it'd prevent more people from going in if no one was in there. But, you know, if they're already in there, unless somebody kicks them out, they'd still be in there.
Or possibly like a push bar on the inside of it?
Yeah, you would have to, if you have any sort of locks like that, where you have to have a push bar for fire purposes. But again, I'm not worried about people trapped in there, but if people go in, you know, before the time is out, if no one's checking on it, they're still in there and able to play.
I get that.
What about the lights out?
Second thing, I'm in agreement of the times. The issue I'm having mentally here is, like, people probably like to walk around that park at 6 o'clock in the morning. They're not making any noise. It's the sports activities that are making the noise. So I'm in favor of restrictive time for the pickleball or the skate park for that matter, or the basketball. But again, it comes down to the issue of how to enforce it. And the only thing I can think of is you put a fence around it and you put a lock on it and you have that timed so it's unmanned, not needing public works or police. And you know, the police will have to roll by there and patrol it every now and again, but not necessarily have to get out and lock a gate. I'm sure they patrol Kiwanis anyways, the things that go on sometimes there, so. I am in favor of shortening the time duration for the courts for sure, though.
Councilmember DeRochers?
Okay, I have two things. I agree about the two different times
Closer
because
to the mic.
I do agree about the two different times because I was picturing people walking their dogs before they go to work or something like that, that they wouldn't be authorized to be in the park, and we don't want people getting in trouble, changing their routines. My question for you, is there any type of devices that we can purchase to like for the acoustic sounds in the undercover area?
Yeah, I mean,
Anything-
just to give an example, like in the Rose Garden down in Portland, they've got acoustic tiles that they actually are able to turn them. So in some cases, they have a spot, the side that absorbs the sound, and then they can flip them and actually echo the sound for like sporting events. So very much there's products that do that sort of thing.
Is that something we can look into that's feasible? I know my husband orders stuff online for his music room that, does
Yeah,
that.
I know nothing about them. Happy to
Me
look at
either.
it. I know that exists. That's about all I can say at this second.
But it is something that's possible that would work in a facility like that, you think?
Yeah, I mean, I'm sure there's something you could put up there and to dampen it. I just don't know what it would look like, what it would cost, any of those sorts of things.
But there is hope, is what you're saying.
I can very much research it.
Okay, thank you.
Councilmember Kuipers?
Yeah, excuse me. I just, I agree with the later hours, the 8 o'clock proposal. I thought that the original intent was to have 2 different hours and not do dawn to dusk. I think that was already off the table, so I think we've got that covered. Excuse me. I do think that there's ways that we can mitigate some of that sound, and so I'm glad you're going to look into that. Excuse me. And I was just curious what other pickleball structures that are open like that have. I mean, obviously, we're not the first ones to build a pickleball structure, and I'm sure that that was part of your research when you were developing what that was going to look like in the first place. So I just was curious what the other options were.
Yeah, I think one is just a full enclosure instead of a, part enclosure like it is now, but that would be the main one that I'm aware of.
And if the ceiling's metal, something on the ceiling or.
Yeah, like I said, I can research that.
Thank you.
And I just want to clarify what's in front of council right now is limiting the hours of pickleball. If we take no action, currently pickleball can play from dawn to dusk. Is that correct?
Correct.
So if we do not pass this, pickleball goes dawn to dusk. If we do, it's restricted.
Correct.
Okay. So I just want to make sure that's clear because that definitely changed, that informs my vote. Secondly, I would just wonder, I too hear the concerns about the locking and having somebody there and maybe we miss it, the police are out in a call. I would very much be in favor of some sort of electronic lock on that. And if you tied it into the lights, I don't think they're playing pickleball in the dark. And so when the lights go off, I think the sound's going to go off, at least at night.
Your mom calling you home.
That's right. That's how us Gen X, man. We were raised on hose water and neglect. Come on now.
So do we, they are playing. So do we move should we make a motion?
So right now, what's in front of council is to adopt this ordinance as is, modify it, or ask for it to come back another time. Those are your options in front of you. So if you need, you can, here would be my advice. Oh, sorry, Councilmember Overholzer. Did you want to?
I mean, I'm going to move to approve ordinance 2025-10, adopting the park rules.
Second.
I'd like to make a motion to amend that.
That is open for amending, yes. No, if you want to propose an amendment to the ordinance now would be the time.
And maybe it doesn't need to be, but I would like to move to adopt it as is with the contingency that we will be looking into purchasing a lock for the,
Electronic lock.
yeah, because of the.
I understand.
concern.
I don't know if I'd put that in the ordinance. How are,
Right, I was gonna say, can we just?
just we'll give
Just
staff
direct
direction.
Yeah, yeah.
And-
I
and
was
you-
gonna say, I
That
would
could
not
be separate.
push it. An amendment, just
Mhm.
yeah, direct them to that.
Yeah, I
part.
would, yeah.
All right, I'll pull it. And the acoustics as well, yeah. Just.
Sound
yeah, just get
mitigation and
staff-
whichever, sound mitigation, whichever the professionals decide and along those lines. Okay, any other discussion? Seeing none, there's a motion on the floor made by Councilmember Overholzer, seconded by Councilmember Kuipers to approve ordinance number 2025-10. All those in favor, please say aye.
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 Any opposed? Okay, thank you for that. We look forward to more information back on that, Mark. Thank you. And then next brings us to business items of the meeting. Clerk, have we had any communications submitted business items?
No, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, that brings us to our city manager. You gonna lead this Eaton Park proposal presentation?
Council, we heard earlier this evening during the study session about the multifamily tax exemption program that's utilized by cities and counties to support local housing goals. One of the MFTE program eligibility requirements that we discussed is for this property to be located within a residential targeted area. And as you know, our code actually designates only 3 parcels in that residential targeted area, those parcels commonly known as the West Main Commons. And then, so I guess in order to move forward with another MFTE project, in this case, the Eaton Park, the council must amend the city code and direct staff to bring back an ordinance to include the additional targeted areas. On page 124 of your agenda packet, and this was updated tonight, staff is recommending that council consider designating additional residential targeted areas to include the parcel for Eaton Park project and an area that is encompassing the Old Town District, which extends from the Battleground High School east to Fairgrounds Avenue and then northeast First Street, south to southeast First Street. So that's decision point number 1. Decision point 2, as we discussed tonight, was if council wishes to allow the Eaton Park project to proceed forward with a 12-year property tax exemption, which would require a 20% set aside of units as affordable housing, then you would need to direct staff to bring back an ordinance to change municipal code Title 3, Chapter 45040, as our code only allows for that 8-year property tax exemption for these projects. And then I know there was possibly a third decision point on the topic of Fire District 3, and that would have to be an agreement between the city on this project and Eaton Park to accommodate their request. Happy to answer any questions.
Mayor Bowman?
2 things. Why would we have to have anything with us in Fire District 3? Isn't that between Fire District 3 and Mr. Fontenette and not the city? 'Cause we wouldn't
It
collect
would
anyway.
be,
However.
but we would be approving this project and then,
Oh, yeah, but I mean, the agreement will be with him in the fire district. And if that's holding us up from doing it, it would just, I would think that would just be, hey, did you get that signed off with the fire district? Yes, no. And we make a decision. That's not a,
that's not a part of the checklist though,
Yeah.
so to speak. The Mill Creek property that we have a similar agreement, that is between the city and, in this case, VHA,
okay.
to provide that PILT, if you will. So council doesn't have to make that decision. I just don't know that you'd have leverage, and I just certainly don't think it can be really part of the checklist unless it's an agreement from council.
Yeah. Okay. The second thing for me, I'm pulling up our stuff here. I personally, in Exhibit 2, the Old Town District target area, I personally would like to make it just the high school campus, because that's our biggest piece of property in the center of our city that is got the most potential for redevelopment. Now, by redevelopment, I'm talking like a waterfront project that Vancouver did, where you have mixed use. You're going to have maybe some outdoor spaces, those type of things. And I know Vancouver did that with the Esther Shore Park area and the condos that surrounded that area at one time. I think if we extend that all the way through Old Town, it will become piecemeal, and that'll be the first thing they do is Old Town, because it's easier to do quickly and not put a project together like the school district. And we will continue to have the issues that we have with traffic and infrastructure and things in the downtown area, because we have 2,000 kids and 500 teachers getting out at 3 o'clock every day. And I know that there's been some discussion with the school district at different times and what they need to be able to move and get to a better location for themselves. But I would rather just have that as its own, do what we're doing here with Eaton Park, potentially look at the 12-year, because we're going to double our numbers with affordable housing in the 12-year, and it's only adding 4 more years to it. So for 4 more years, we're getting twice the numbers that we were for if we did 8. As long as fire is made whole on that. I did bring in the past, it has been brought up, call volumes for apartment complexes. And it just happened that at our last fire meeting, we were looking at call volumes for the entire fire district. And the fire district will be coming in sometime soon to kind of give a presentation to council. But as we're looking at this, the city of Battleground is pretty blue. That means we got a lot of calls going on. I think the city of Battleground itself it's either more or very close to the same amount as the entire rest of the district. But the one thing that stood out to me was I'm looking at this map and I'm trying to figure out why there's so many calls going down to 119th Street east of 503. Why are all these calls in this little pocket down here? And so I said, what are those calls? And they said, that's where all the apartments are. That's all the apartments that the county built, let build right down there, just east of Winco, by Prairie High School. And the call volume that's going into those apartments, because you have higher density and there's a lot of calls. And so as long as fire is being made whole, I think it's a good win for the city to move this forward, probably at the 12-year mark, because of the increased number of units that we're going to get, and the potential for development of other things in those areas. But then I would like to just make that target area be the high school myself, and not the downtown corridor. Thank you.
Councilmember Davis.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I had a few comments. Receiving the Exhibit 2 so late in the day took me by surprise, and now I'm hearing Deputy Mayor Bowman talking about high school property. I'd like a little bit more time on that discussion as far as Main Street, high school, what that looks like. I would feel very rushed tonight to do anything, seeing that I didn't see anything until 5. That's just my opinion. Second, on Eaton Park, I've always been really tough on the MTFE, and I was trying to wrap my head around the 8-year, but this 12-year all of a sudden now, I'm not digging it. So I wanted to make sure that I just let my opinion be known on those two things. Thank you.
Councilmember Brochers?
So two comments. When we've been looking at the Eaton Park is it Eaton Park? Eaton Park apartments all these times. I know a lot of people don't want apartments. You know, I hear that all the time, or that we're growing too fast, but I feel like where this is placed, that it's right next to other apartments. It's in a commercial area, so it seems like a pretty reasonable place. It's not going to be upsetting people. The other thing, I don't really care for the Old Town District area. I wouldn't mind just doing what we did last time and just had the one area. I'm not sure the Battleground High School would be developable for many years to even have it on our books, so we could probably just change it when it comes up. So I'm fine with just the Eaton Park targeted area. And then I'd be okay with moving forward with the 12-year after learning that seeing the actual numbers of what the difference is, and then the targeted demographic being the workforce, the missing. So not a demographic that's not really targeted in other ways. So most people are usually doing like low income or moderate, well, I guess it would be more moderate income, but it's a little different. So it would be nice to have those, did he say 20 units? 20 units for 12 years. It would be affordable for workforce housing. Anyways, that is all. Thank you.
Councilmember Farrer?
Thank you, Mayor. I agree with Councilmember Davis. I feel rushed when I saw it come in myself at 5:05 this evening, an hour before coming to our study session. So I would appreciate some more time just to wrap my head around that. In regards to the Eaton project, I've been on the fence on this one. I definitely want to help with affordable housing. I went on the BIA bus tour, very appreciative for what the information and the education they provided. I'm seeing a lot of concerns as why we have affordable housing issues, a lot of red tape that just puts a halt. I mean, it could be up to 2 years over a protected plant, and creeks that aren't really there, right? And little marshland. So, but when it comes to giving the MFTE, it's just like when VHA was here and they're asking for, no property tax. It's like, what are we getting for it? Are we getting the best? I don't know, because I would have liked to seen when I asked the question, what exactly are the pricing of your unit? Because when you do the math, you take out the 80% and for affordable housing, it can't consume more than 30% of their income. So for one person, your rent can't go above, I'm going to do rough estimates, I'm not going to go down to the penny, but $1,700. For a 2-bedroom, that's almost $2,000 for a 2-person household. Then now my math might be off. I did it real quick while I'm trying to listen at the same time. So a 3-person would be $2,200, and a 4-person, you're looking at almost $2,500. So it would have been nice. The selling point for me, honestly, would have been me to get that answer from him. What are you going to be renting those properties out for? And I can't help to be like, we're only getting 20, but I also I'm also looking at the positives, right? We're gonna be getting, he said he'd pay into the fire levy. So that's a plus. He also mentioned all the other things. He's gonna be putting in the 15th Street. He's gonna be putting in, and he did Alder Point already. He helped out with that. We got a lot of sales tax from that effort. So that definitely hasn't gone unnoticed or forgotten. So, and so I was kind of like, maybe wait, I don't know. I'm on the fence. I have my concerns. I really wish he would have answered that for me. What are your prices? If you guys have that information, I would greatly appreciate it. to put my mind at ease. And also, thank you. She's going to give me something. Because, well, when I compare those numbers, if we were to throwing out that 30% and what it would cost, then I weigh that myself. I compare it against pros, the newer apartment. And for a 1-bedroom, that's $1,700. So $1,738 that he could give it for the 80% AMI, and then $1,700 for pros that didn't ask us for a multifamily tax exemption. Then his 2-bedroom is $1,900 onto $2,000, and then the 3-bedroom is $25. And the 3-bedroom, again, going against the 80% AMI, that's $99,000. Take off the 80%, go to the 30%, that's $2,486. So I don't know, I'm having problems. What was? Well, Alder Point's gonna be cheaper because he bought that and he developed it a long time ago. So the materials were cheaper, the cost. Even no matter when they're built, they're gonna charge the market rate. Right? That's what apartments do?
You need to get your mic on, Council.
So when
Like
apartments charge market rate, right? It doesn't matter how much they invested into it. They have to be competitive with the market.
Only 20% of those units have to be market value, right?
No, well,
Market
they
rate
have to
value?
be market for themselves. These are gonna be under. So
Under what?
under
Under market value.
yes. So 20 of them will be less.
Is that true? Oh, I would like to hear that from. You guys concur with that?
I think, so market rate can be applied to everything aside of the 20%.
Okay, okay.
And it is true, they're probably gonna hit that target so that they're competitive and don't have large vacancy rates. But the 20% is set by HUD on those income levels, and it's required, and there's audits that are done to ensure that that complies with that for the time period of 12 years.
Okay, Councilmember Kuipers, are you?
I think
Got-
I can see where, there's comfort level in getting some hard numbers now, but I can also see where, this is something that you start the building project and we're 2 years before people are walking in the door. And the environment changes a lot in those time periods. And so, again, he's going to estimate what his costs are going to be, project that out for 2 years as best he can. And then figure that what the total costs are, then pull out that 20% and normalize it according to what HUD requirements are. So I can, I'm not defending one way or the other, the statements, but I can understand where he's coming from. A developer's not going to probably give you a solid answer 2 years ahead of the project. And who knows what the rates will be at Pros or some other, housing facility in 2 years. So we can only hope it doesn't raise significantly, but we don't know that. So I also, in addition, I'd like to have a little better understanding of your thoughts around the high school property and what that means. And my question would be, is this decision that we need to make around Eaton Park dependent upon that conversation? I think they're 2 different conversations, correct? Okay. Okay, thank you.
So I just have a couple things I want to clarify. How do we make sure that fire is made whole, since we can't put that in agreement? Does the city then have a final sign off on this project? You say we can't put it in the checklist, so how does that happen? Does this come back to we vote on this tonight, we approve, just for sake, 12 years and the Eaton Park parcel. He does the application, we assume, I'm not saying he's being, I'm just, how do we protect fire from that if it's approved tonight?
Yeah, I'm just, if council doesn't, require some sort of agreement, then it's going to be between Fire District 3 and the developer, and
So
you will have approved this project. My understanding is that it seems that we want it to ensure that fire is made whole, and I think the best way you do that is to make sure there's a legal agreement between Fire District 3 and the developer for the length of that funding period.
Well, we could. I mean, we could approve it tonight. So that's what, thank you for that clarification. That's where I was on. Okay. So secondly, and regarding the high school, this is something that, and these have been conversations the deputy mayor and I have had for years about the high school property, and I asked staff to put that in there. So go ahead, you can put me on the chopping block for that. But the reason for that, and I did reach out to the high school, it doesn't change anything with the high school if you were to add that in. All it does is make it more valuable potentially to a developer. That's the intent there. Like if you ever wanted to develop that property, it would minimize the delta that they currently have. That's the thought process there, and that's the discussion point. Yes, they can be separate. No, you don't have to at the same time. Obviously, as you're seeing tonight, you can do this parcel today and another parcel at another time. And then Councilmember Ferrer, I just want to maybe try to the AMI question. That HUD, it's not out yet, so TJ couldn't tell you what it's going to be because AMI could go up, could go down, could stay the same. It's just a formula based on what the census finds the AMI is. And then it's just, it's a dependent variable after that. Well, but once the project's completed, right? So he can't tell you, to Councilmember Kuiper's point, what it will be in the future. So, Deputy Mayor Bowman.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. The only way so if we were to, we can't approve this tonight because in number one, this is not in our
12 is in the code.
12 is not in the code. 12 years is not in the code. We have to have a public hearing, and Eaton Park is not one of the targeted areas. And so we have to go through the public hearing anyways. And so my recommendation would be, and we're talking, probably the next 2 meetings for the public hearing. So in that amount of time for Mr. Fontenette and the fire district to come back with an agreement and say, here's our agreement, we signed off on it, and then we vote however we're going to vote at that time. The one thing I do want to bring up, and I know these are tough. I like, part of this is state driven. It's out of our control. We can say anything we want to say about how we don't like things, and the state says, well, we're going to change it, and we're going to allow ADUs in backyards, and we're going to allow all these different things. And the point is, there's 2 ways to have affordable housing. Have more housing that makes it affordable, or add like this here, partner with developers to come in and build some housing. And I had a developer tell me that he was in a meeting one time and people were complaining about all the housing. And he asked them, he said, how many kids do you have? And one of them said, I don't know, 5 kids or something like that. And he says, well, the problem seems to be you, not me. Because you want your kids to live next to you. My son just moved into town. I'm thankful. He lived down by Prairie. 5 minutes is a long ways to drive. I want to drive 1 minute, right? And so if you want your kids to be next to you, we've got to have different options. And I don't care, like, as someone that's going through, that just went through it with a child, affordable housing for a first-time home is $464,000. That's 4 times what I paid for my house, and apartment complexes are where they're starting. And I mean, it sucks to look at this and go, man, that's a payment, because we're all, we've bought houses when they were cheaper. And so we look at our payments and we go, man, that's a lot of money. It is a lot of money, but that's the reality that we're in now. And so the only way to do that is to partner like this and make it work, and take a program that the state has put out there and try and make it the best that we can make it. And hopefully, that our kids can stay here. Otherwise, they're looking for other places to go. And I mean, I've got a lot of friends that's kids have moved halfway across this country because they can get a house for. I got a good friend, his son just built a house in South Dakota because it was $150,000, but they don't get to see their grandkids. So You know, what do we want? What do we want for our community? We need more of this stuff. And the more we get there, the more that'll come down. And to the mayor's credit, you know, when I'm bidding stuff right now as a business, I don't give you any more than 30 days. I talked to the fireworks for next year's fireworks, and they said they're looking at 33% tariffs right now. So the only good news is it's the 250th anniversary, and the president's going to want to blow up a lot of stuff, and it all comes from China. So we're going to have to, the tariffs will probably get a raise for a little bit, but that's the world we're in. So we don't know what that's going to be in a year and a half when these projects are done. But it's not going to, we know this, it's not going to be better not doing something and not having housing for this next generation that's looking for it. Thank you.
Councilmember Davis?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I have two questions. For clarity on the first one, because the high school is not a pressing need or anything, are we not wrapping this in one motion tonight to add Main Street or whatever we're talking about? Are we putting a hold on that? Because I don't understand where that's going for this. Can you tell me that answer?
Well, that's council's prerogative. I mean, that's our decision, right? It doesn't have to be part of it, no, but it's part of the motion. Or it's part of the direction we're giving to staff. Is that a better way to say it?
Sure, but there's like three steps to this motion though, and I'm trying to figure out, we're going with the including Eaton Park and Main Street in this motion. Is that in one motion or a full?
There's no motion on the floor right now.
I know, but it says here presentation/motion. So if we are going, it depends on how somebody states the motion, correct?
Correct, yes.
Okay. My second comment in regards to needing apartments and such, I have no disagreements with the fact that we need affordable. I didn't mind the presentation. I gave a great presentation. It was wonderful. Everything was great. We got everything we want. I am all for them paying their full share. If the state's coming down and telling them, the permits are more, the construction costs are more, why is Battleground in these little cities taking it for a hit to work buddy with these people that need to come in here? We all are in agreement that they need to come, but I don't understand. And I know, I'm sure it's clear to other people, but this playing together and giving them a break on property tax now for 12 years, and it might not be that much money, but the point is, it is a hit at some point. And I think that the problem is we're being hammered by Olympia and we're taking the brunt. And it's just really hard to swallow by saying we just got to work with them because we need these houses. At a certain point, if you want to build, you come, we'd love to have you. But this always coming and asking for a handout of whatever sort is sticks to my craw. So thank you for letting me speak.
Always, thank you. Councilmember Overholzer.
It's getting close to my bedtime. No, I'm kidding. Okay, a couple things.
We got some.
First of all, we still don't know what the shakeout looks like for Main Street Commons. We have an MFT out there. We don't even know what that looks like. They dragged their feet long enough that we don't have any numbers to pull to see what that actually looks like. When I first got on council, I talked to some of the members of council, and they were a little gun shy, wanted to see how that played out before we considered another one, and here we are. Second thing, if we have to change our code or adopt any ordinance to modify this target area, I'm full proponent with looking at modifying the target area and go ahead and change it to 8% gets you 20%. So I want to see 20% of the units be AMI for the 8% of MFTE that you get. 8 years, sorry. Yeah. If we have it now where it's not technically state requirement, it's our code or our ordinance that states that. Let's just modify that and get our 20%, get our 19 units. for the 8 years versus the 12. And, you know, that's a third more for 9 more units. It doesn't really affect the bottom line on the numbers as a whole versus what we have to do required by the GMA. Yeah, I just, third thing, and you know, Mayor, you can take this one, I guess, but man, dropping the agenda modification at 5:05, 55 minutes before our meeting gives us little time to review anything, but yeah, I mean, personally, I'm not ready to move in any direction right now. That's the first time we've heard of the 12-year modification. Yeah, I don't like it. That's all I got.
Councilmember Kuipers.
Thank you. I just wanted to make sure that we heard what Councilmember Davis's concerns were. She had mentioned that early on, but now you've explained it unless you have something further. Councilmember Davis,
We're only going through twice, Robert's rules. If you've spoken
Oh,
twice.
got it. Thank you. I just wanted clarification.
Yeah. No. All right. Last time for chairs. I mean, for Councilmember DeRochers.
Now I forgot what I was gonna ask.
Well,
Hold on, I'm gonna remember. Oh, you said we have until September to make a decision anyways, right? So before we have to do anything?
Well, I think the first decision point on amending the residential targeted area is a must. You have to do that to even proceed. You can't, changing it in the code from 8 years and adding 12 years doesn't do anything unless you change that RTA to allow this MFTE to even move forward. So that's number one. What I was saying is, given, if you give staff direction and we bring back an ordinance and it's got to be published in the paper, it's usually 2 to 2.5 months before it's effective, because after that public hearing, it's 30 days after that. But, I mean, we can potentially come back with something for council and end of August, the second meeting in August,
So some like different.
unless you give us different direction.
Well, I wouldn't mind you coming back with some different ideas about the areas and maybe some different funding, the different time periods, the lengths of time, that sort of thing. Just some options.
Or we could tie it to what the state provides. They've changed it since the program was created in 1995. They've got the 20-year piece that I don't think was always there. So we could just say tying it to the state requirements. And if they amend it and update it, then it would just be current with what the state has. We could do that. But the 8-year does require that. The state doesn't say 8 years and setting aside 10%. It actually, like what Kristen was saying earlier, there's some flexibility in that. And I heard what Councilmember Overholser said, but I don't know if matching that with a 12-year and a 20%, you probably go higher than 10% with the 8 years. But I think that's to make it easier, because the state does keep changing that. If you want, you could tie it in with what they do.
So personally, I like that we do it like à la carte. That way it's not just available to everyone. I mean, not that I don't want it to be available, but I like being able to choose when we do it and how we do it. So I don't mind going through the extra details to make sure we get it right.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay, I'll try to wrap this up. One, I believe some of this was brought up in biweekly, so this isn't the first time the 12-year, I think, has been brought up to my knowledge. Secondly, there's been some changes in state law. VHA, he can partner with VHA right now, and that property gets 0 taxes for life. So that's different than when we first did MFTE. So I'm not saying that's going to happen, but I'm saying it could happen. So if your true worry is just the property tax, take that into consideration. I'm not trying to sway you one way or the other on that, but realize that we can no longer tell VHA that they are not allowed to develop in this city, regardless of our stance on any of it, right? Good, bad, or indifferent, that's come down from Mount Olympia. As far as this and putting the high school in there, this is a conversation about giving staff direction to bring something back. So I don't know when you wanted that brought up, but having the high school in there as far as direction, is that something you're interested in hearing more about? We're not deciding on anything. We're asking staff what to bring something back, give them direction on something, if or nothing. That's what we're faced with tonight. So I'm looking to council. I'm hearing downtown is off the table 100%. That's what I've heard. And then let's give staff direction on which way we want to go. What do you want to come back, if anything? And let's be very short. I'll just start. Go ahead, Councilmember Overholser.
All right, I just want to ask, and again, I missed my bi-weekly, so I probably could have got some of these answers there, but what is the theory behind the downtown being part of the target area? Like the downtown corridor, Maine? Not, I get the high school, I understand that completely, but
So residential target area under the MFTE program is defined as a designated area within urban settings that lack the sufficient desirable and convenient housing, including affordable housing. There are some cities that define residential target area as an area within a mixed-use center that's been designated by the council as lacking available, desirable, and convenient housing that's close to transit stops. I mean, it can be what council wants it to be, but technically they usually center this around like the downtown area, the mixed use.
so we'd be potentially looking at like lower level commercial, residential above kind of idea, then mixed use on that.
Yes.
Okay.
Or we can continue to do it parcel by parcel too.
So here's my suggestion for council. Let's just look at the Eaton Park project and give staff direction on yes or no to bring it back. Yes, yeah, and yes and no on which year. So can we just get, I just want thumbs up, thumbs down. Yes, bring back the MFTE, and then yes, bring back the 12 years, because those are our two decision points. Do we agree?
Yeah.
We good with that? And we're just talking about the one parcel. That's it. Because we're going to be here for a long time. We got a couple other things on the agenda, and Eric's getting grumpy. So, no, I just direction, yeah? Just direction, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Direction on bringing MFTE back.
Yeah.
Thumbs up? Okay. Thumbs up on bringing it back 12-year or a different year. Is that a thumbs up? Yeah. So I think we want to look at potentially 12 years and the Eaton Park parcel only.
Okay.
What? Oh, I had a majority here, so. We good?
I would also, it doesn't have to go together. That's, I think the other thing is these are all being lumped together, kind of like you just mentioned, but definitely MFTE, let's look at that. But I'm still kind of curious about the other areas with the high school and the downtown. I'd like to know more about that, like maybe down the road a little bit, get some more information on that.
We good?
Yes.
Okay. Mr. Hersig.
All right, next on the agenda is the solid waste management plan, and I'm going to turn it over to Sarah from Clark County Public Works.
I'm sorry, we should have moved you to earlier in the meeting.
Hello, thank you so much for letting me come today and talk about our solid waste management plan. I realize that we've had members of our program come out a few times to talk to you, but I'm here now because we're actually entering the final stages of the solid waste management planning cycle. I'm gonna wait till that pops up. So for the sake of time, I'm not going to read every slide. I did put a lot of words into this. I used to be a teacher in my former life, and it's kind of counterintuitive for me to put so many words on things, but I wanted it to be relevant to you and to the audience and the public when they come back and look at the agenda. So in a nutshell, we have regulation that requires us to have solid waste management plans. Those plans are required to be updated every 5 years. When we're developing the plans, they're intended to look forward to the next 20 years. So we're looking at infrastructure needs, population growth, those kind of things that are going to be, we're anticipating what's going to come up and how that's going to impact our solid waste regional system. One of the rules also includes having a plan for the local hazardous waste system and how we're going to be managing our household hazardous waste and our small quantity generator wastes. All of these are now incorporated into the updated plan. So it's all going to be one plan moving forward. So we'll be able to adopt it or update it a little bit easier and keep it more updated. I'm having a hard time. I'm not very visually impaired and I'm going back and forth between the tiny screen and my screen down here. So I apologize for not looking at you, but I do need to read a little bit. The solid waste management plans have been, the first one was adopted in 1967. So these have been around for a very long time. Throughout the years, we've had different amendments, different revisions that have come through. The current plan that we presently have adopted technically expired in 2020. So we are a few years behind the need to get this updated in order to be considered in current condition, which is a definition that Ecology is trying to figure out a little bit more streamlined, but they have let us know that it is time for us to move forward and get it done. That led to, in 2023, because of the identified need to update and revise the plan, we developed a program and we worked with a contractor to have a solid waste regional system study. And through that study, we identified some pretty significant capital improvement needs, capacity concerns with upcoming legislation, and all of those have now been added and implemented into the updated plan. This slide is a lot of words. I'm not asking you to read it, but what this is really highlighting is that we've gone through a very rigorous planning process. The planning process is established through Ecology has guidelines for how to develop and maintain a solid waste management plan. And we've gone through 2 years of active work trying to get to where we are now. And we are at one of the final stages. We have now passed approval. We've gone through the public commenting period. We've had our SEPA reviewed and approved. We've worked with Ecology for approval. We've gone through a public commenting period. And now we're to a point where we're looking for resolution of adoption. We're trying to get all the cities to feel comfortable with the regional plan as it's established in order to sign on to the plan so we can then send it to Ecology for final adoption. I was asked to give a basic rundown of what is in the plan. This is the part that I don't know if you necessarily want me reading it all. I'm seeing, I'm seeing heads shake. I do want to highlight some of the things that have maybe been impacted since we last had a member of our team come out in April. One of the fun things about planning, which I know you guys all know, is things change frequently and they're changing while you're in the middle of, we're also always saying that we're like building the plane while we're flying, and that happens a lot. So when we sent this to Ecology last summer for their initial review and approval, since then there's been dramatic changes to the solid waste laws. So skipping through some of the more mundane stuff, one of the very large changes that happened that has impacted the plan since we were here talking with you is the organic management laws have been significantly updated. So we had to do a complete rewrite of Chapter 6 for the organics management law. That was happening right around the time that Joelle came out to present to you in April. So I'm not quite sure, I wasn't able to make it to that one. But a lot of those changes are coming down the line, and a lot of the concerns that we have that are identified within the plan are about capacity and how we're going to be meeting the needs of the organic management laws. Skipping ahead. Talking about timeline. So again, I wasn't ever intending on reading all the different chapter information, but I do want to make sure that you know that the highlights are there if you would like to review them. But again, where we are now, since we were last here in April, we presented to our Solid Waste Advisory Commission, and they all signed a letter approving the plan as drafted. We also sent it to the Department of Ecology for an additional, what they called a courtesy review, to make sure that the changes that we implemented with the organic management laws were met the needs of how they were interpreting the law. And now we're in the process of starting the resolution of adoption phases. That is why I'm coming to you today, to make sure that I'm here to answer any questions that you have while you're considering whether or not you want to resolve to adopt the plan as is and sign on to it. We have now had 2 cities and 1 town that have officially adopted the plan. We're hoping to have all of them completed by the end of August, or actually middle August, if I'm being honest. One of the new changes that have come down from Ecology is that they're giving us 365 days to submit the plan for final adoption from when they send their comments back to us, and that is going to be happening towards the end of October. So it is important that we are having these conversations now to avoid having to go through the entire planning process again. And that is my very abbreviated presentation. The biggest important thing for me right now is that I wanted to make sure I'm here to answer any questions that come up and to see if there's anything I can do to help you make your decision.
Mayor Bowman, you have a question?
Mr. Mayor, I move to approve resolution 2508, adopting the Clark County Comprehensive Solid Waste Management Plan as presented.
Second.
Who is that?
Guess we sounded like to him. Oh. Yeah,
You guys are sounding alike to me. My apologies.
Same.
Yeah, same voice, same blouse. First of all, thank you for the presentation. Didn't mean to rush you. It's a very important topic. I know we've seen this before. I think a lot of citizens are excited potentially for the organics. I'm a little concerned about what comes with that, but
It's a
again,
lot. We're concerned too, but we got it.
yeah. Okay, well, I'm concerned more about vermin, but so any discussion before we move forward with the vote?
No, just thank you for your presentation.
Thank you, and I do apologize for moving so quickly through that.
No,
No, we are grateful for it.
yeah, we've seen this a couple times, and so we appreciate that. So with that said, all those in favor, please say aye.
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 Any opposed? Passes unanimously. Thank you so much.
So much.
Can we do a bathroom break?
Thank you. Okay, next up, Flora,
It's gonna
Mr.
be a-
Hersick. Sorry, Engineer Hersick.
All right, give me a second. I'll pull up the presentation.
I know, but like, how long's your presentation? Do I need to use
I
a
will keep-
restroom break?
Oh, do we want to take a quick 5-minute?
She's saying no, so are you?
I
ready?
can make my presentation fast. I assume the discussion afterwards is what's gonna take the
Exactly,
time.
that's
So
what
I
I'm
would
like-
probably recommend the potty break.
Okay, let's take a quick 5-minute break. We'll be back at 9:06. We on, there we go. Hey, I'm back. All right, now back on to Engineer Hersey.
All right, this is very similar to the presentation I gave before, so I'll keep it fairly brief. I have a few updates, so I'll kind of share those as we go along. So this is presentation on fluoridation of city's water. So like we've talked about before, it's a mineral that naturally occurs in many foods and waters. Grand Rapids, Michigan was the first city to add in 1945. 72.3% of the community water systems add fluoride, which equates to about 63% of the US population. That's based on 2022 data, which is the most recent available from the CDC. Kentucky's the highest at almost 100%. Hawaii's lowest at 8.5%, and these were pre-Utah numbers. So obviously they just banned it. Just for comparison, Washington's at about 64, and then Oregon's about 26%. In BG, it was recommended by a citizens advisory vote in 1962. You can see the meeting minutes over on the right. It was 115 in favor and 82 against. Fluoridation began about a year after that vote. In Clark County, the jurisdictions who fluoridate include us, Camas, and Vancouver. Camas actually had a vote to remove it, and essentially they decided to keep it, and that was through a lack of action on the measure. State laws, there's a couple related to it. So there's a WAC that essentially says that you shall obtain written approval from DOH to add it, and shall notify DOH before discontinuation. The optimal concentration is the 0.7 milligrams per liter. It also lays out the testing requirements and then an operating tolerance, which is from 0.5 to 0.9. There's also RCW. Public water systems that are commencing or discontinuing fluoridation shall notify customers and the Department of Health at least 90 days prior to a vote or decision on the matter. Notification shall be via radio, TV, newspaper, mail, electronic means, or any method which will effectively notify customers. If this law is violated, the public water system must return fluoridation to its system until proper notification is achieved. From an operations perspective, sodium fluoride is added to the tank and mixed and then injected into the system at a metered rate, which for us is 0.7. It's injected at all sources, which is our wells and Intertie. The city tests each location daily per DOH requirements. And here are some 2024 costs. So for us, it was about $20,000 in materials. We had a meter at about $4,000. And then with labor and testing, it was an additional $5,000. One other piece of info I believe somebody asked about, but utility bill inserts cost $1,750. And then that is the end of the presentation. So open it up for discussion.
Councilmember Ferris, start us off.
All right, I'll kick it off with a motion to, that we as a council initiate the 90-day public hearing notice, which is required under the RCW 70A.125.210, and set a date for October 20th of this year for council to vote on the discontinuation of water fluoridation in the city of Battle Grounds water system.
Okay, do I have a second?
I'll second.
Second by Councilmember Davis, and now discussion.
Seeing as I,
Go ahead, it's your motion. You can discuss first if you like.
okay, yeah, I just want to make that known. Yeah, put that out there. Okay, so just so I can be a representative for the people that are concerned with it, I've written a little something, jotted down. I didn't want to misquote anything that anybody said in news presses or doctors who had put things online. So I've written it out. So I'm going to read from that right now. First, obviously, I'm asking council to consider removing fluoride from the city's water system for several reasons. Number one was, like I said, at what was at the end of May, I said I do apologize during our communications that for bringing this up to council in such short notice, but I have been actually more people are coming up, which is surprising to me. I thought it was a small group that was concerned about fluoride. So I have been asked by other people at events, hey, what are you guys going to do about removing fluoride? So I just want to provide an opportunity for them to come speak, share their concerns. And since there was only a minute given, I felt really bad for the people. Like you put in so much time into writing, an argument or a speech, and then just scramble to put it together. So that was number one reason why I've asked about this. But then also other concerns that I'm sure everybody's aware of. Number one, the recent events that have taken place, such as in September, the court ruled last year on behalf of the Fluoride Action Network and other plaintiffs. And I think that might have been mentioned here, but U.S. federal court deemed fluoridation at current levels, which, like you said, is at 0.7 parts per million, as an unreasonable risk to the health of children. And the judge went on to say the EPA will now have to regulate it as such. And he also said one thing the EPA cannot do, however, in the face of this court's finding, is to ignore that risk. And now that the council is aware of the case and the court's judgment, I just feel like we shouldn't be waiting on the EPA and we should be acting now. But then more current events, just May, a couple months ago, the FDA, and you can find this on their website, they put out a press release stating it was initiating an action to remove concentrated ingestible fluoride prescription drug products for children. The FDA also acknowledged that fluoride drugs meant for ingestion have never been approved by the FDA as either safe or effective, despite being prescribed for over 75 years to young children in the U.S. The agency expressed concerns about mounting research showing harm to the children from ingesting fluoride, and including studies showing that fluoride alters the gut microbiome and contributes to thyroid, weight gain, and decreased IQ. And I'll just put a little, if anybody wants some interesting reading, the microbiome, that's where the new science is heading. It is amazing how important your microbiome is for your whole body, from your brain to cellular function, everything. But getting back on topic, the press release also quoted the FDA commissioner, Dr. Marty Makary, MD, saying that the best way to prevent cavities in children is by avoiding excessive sugar intake and good dental hygiene, not by altering a child's microbiome. So for the same reason that fluoride can kill bacteria on the teeth, it is also killing intestinal bacteria, which is important for a child's health. And Dr. Makary also stated, when it comes to children, we should definitely err on the side of safety. My other cause for concern is informed consent and medical ethics. Fluoridation is medication without consent. Unlike other public health measures like vaccines, fluoride is not administered in individualized measures or controlled doses or individualized medical oversight. So the right to choose what goes into one's body is a fundamental ethical and legal principle, and mass medication through the water supply circumvents this right. Removing fluoride gives local communities control over their own public health decisions, rather than following a one-size-fits-all outdated mandate. I believe in autonomy and the individual's right to make their own health decisions, so I feel like it should be a choice. And because fluoride affects people differently. For some people, the body is tolerant. It doesn't have a problem, but there are others who are sensitive to fluoride. And council, I believe we all received one of those emails on one of those cases, but there are many more out there. I think it is a medical ethical issue because we are medicating the citizens without consent based on a vote of a small number in the 60s. In the 60s, doctors were telling patients it's okay to smoke. We were smoking everywhere, including hospitals, planes, and college campuses and classrooms, which brings me to my next point. We're not doctors. We should not be administering medication at any level to our citizens through drinking water, especially when there's no way for them to opt out. It is not our sole job to improve the oral health of Washington residents, but to protect their overall health. Although fluoride may be good for the teeth topically, it can have negative effects on the brain, bones, and the microbiome when ingested. And the FDA has labeled fluoride as a drug, and drug commercials, everybody's seen them, they must state possible side effects of their drug. But I ask, why not fluoride? If it's a drug and we're forcing everyone to take it that lives in the city of Battleground, then why are we not making them aware of the possible side effects? Number 3, outdated science and shifting consensus. Again, I've mentioned the original study supporting fluoridation was over 70 years ago. Since then, science has evolved. Newer research suggests that fluoride's benefit is primarily topical, not systemic. This undermines the rationale for putting it in drinking water. I would like to add that our history is filled with products that were deemed safe, just to later find out those same products cause significant harm. The most recent one was PFAS, a forever chemical used in many products since the 1940s, and now has been deemed unsafe, and the Washington State Board of Health is trying to figure out ways to get the levels as close to zero as possible. Some other ones that are coming to my mind was arsenic, lead, and mercury. And then we have the potential neurotoxicity. A growing number of peer-reviewed studies, including Harvard and the National Toxicology Program reviews, have linked high fluoride exposure to lower IQ in children. But even at safe levels, concerns remain over fluoride's impact on the developing brains. Based on the findings, the authors say that the risk should not be ignored and that much more research on fluoride's impact on the developing brain is warranted. And over 4,800 medical and scientific professionals have gone on record opposing water fluoridation by signing the Fluoride Action Network's professional statement to end water fluoridation. And I'm almost done. We also have the cost issue. We talk a lot about low-income households and how fluoride is an inexpensive way to decrease cavities. But I will argue it is expensive to remove it from the water if you do not wish to drink it, but easy and cheap to access fluoride for those who desire it, such as fluoridated toothpaste, which can be purchased at any store near you for under $6, the Dollar Tree, or for free at your food bank. There is also free dental for low-income families in need, and they can get a prescription from their dentist for free or next to nothing compared to the cost to remove it, which is hundreds, and depending on your system and how well you want it to function, over 1,000. Then my biggest concern is the risks to vulnerable population, infants, seniors, citizens with kidney disease, thyroid disorders, excuse me, need water, thyroid disorders, cancer patients, or those with autoimmune disease, those that are more sensitive to the fluoride effects. Since water fluoridation is not dosed by body weight nor health status, these vulnerable groups are more likely to be harmed. So I ask, what is the high exposure rate for a child versus a 300-pound man, or someone with a medical condition such as kidney disease, or someone who's taking certain medications? So I'll summarize with this, and I do thank you guys for this time. Water fluoridation may have made sense in the 1950s, but we now know that fluoride works best when applied directly on teeth, not swallowed. It's ethically questionable to medicate an entire population without consent, especially when vulnerable groups may be harmed. I ask that we respect the public's right to choose for themselves and update our public health practices based on modern science. I ask this council to move forward on this ordinance process by allowing 90 days per the RCW to allow people to come and speak on the issue. Thank you.
Please, sir, please don't. Deputy Mayor Bowman.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So I've watched this horse get beat a couple times and have sat in this room as we've done this. And it's amazing to me how we live in a world where we have technology everywhere, and we can go to our phones and we can Google search anything. But what it's done is it's put us into silos. And I can go Google search how bad fluoride is, and I can get all the information that I want to find out how bad fluoride is. And I can quote doctors, supposed doctors, maybe doctors, chiropractors and a couple dentists. In fact, we've had a dentist in here that talked about how he prescribed it to his patients for so many years and how bad it is. And I would question, well, if it was that bad, wouldn't there be a large malpractice suit against you for prescribing it? And do your clients, which you have records of, have the ability to come back and sue you now if you say it's that bad? And I would say he would say no. And I would say that the amount of people that have to be in cahoots to say that fluoride is that they're poisoning your kids when you take them to the dentist. When I get on an airplane, if the pilot said, I've never flown a plane, but I fly drones, so we should be okay, I'm not going to get on that airplane. We've had dentists here tonight that I don't know, but if any one of you, is there anyone on this council that's never had a cavity? Because they're the only profession that'll tell you exactly what you need to do to not come see them. Brush your teeth, floss your teeth, do the thing, don't eat sugars, but we've all had cavities. And so they're telling you, use something that's going to help you. And if you do everything we tell you, you'd never have to come see us. But we've got probably 20 dentists in this town because the food we eat, our diets, not proper hygiene, brushing our teeth. And we say it's cheap. The comment there is there's free dental. There's no such thing as free dental. Do you know what it costs to go to dental school right now? OHSU right now has kids not wanting to go into any of the specialties, oral surgery, periodontics, any of that stuff, because they're coming out of dental school with $400,000 in debt. It's not free to go attend the clinic over here. Someone's paying for it. And when we sit here and we talk about, the community that needs this, the community that, is most at risk for this, it's easy to go buy a tube of toothpaste. Yeah, that's easy. But if that was the case, these guys would be out of a job. And when you look at your kids, and I can tell you this, I lived in Hazeldale, and my son's first 3 years, actually almost 4 years, we had more problems there than when we came here. And I can tell you this, there's probably pediatric dentists that can tell you that over and over and over again, and they just did tonight. So I'm going to trust the people that went to school for 13 plus years. Well, they went for more than that. They went for 4 years of medical school, 4 years of college. So they've got an additional 8 years they're teaching, and the percentage of their peer group that is coming out against it is so minute that we shouldn't even be having this discussion. But I can go online right now and I can look up flat earth too. And I can find all the information I want about flat earth. And there's a lot of people that believe it, that the earth is flat. But if you stay in those silos and you don't look at the other side, that's all you're going to get. And we've had this over and over and over again. The people did vote for it. This meeting tonight, we've got people from Camas, Vancouver, all these other cities. Camas didn't even get it. They didn't even get a second on a motion. And I don't consider those people that I represent. And so when we hear from our citizens, that's different. And we heard from the citizens back in 19, whatever it was. And has it changed? Yeah, maybe it's changed. But when dentists are coming in here and telling you they've seen 20,000 cases, this shouldn't even be a discussion, man. I'm never going to question, and never would you want me to question that, because they're the ones that see it. They probably don't know what we do up here, the things that we see up here. And they're not going to, well, they may question it, but I mean, we have the same issue in government, right? So I think doing it, I'm a strict no on this. I think it's good. It's not that expensive to filter. It's cheaper to filter than it is to buy toothpaste, tell you that. But I'm not saying don't buy toothpaste, by the way. Buy toothpaste. But the amount that you get, you know, I drink filtered water, but I brush my teeth with our water. And you rinse with it, and you're getting a little bit of fluoride on your teeth. And you know, when I hear people come in here and say that fluoride's what made people gay, you start losing all credibility to me when you start talking about that kind of stuff. If we're talking strict facts and you're willing to sit down and talk facts, that's one thing. But I can go on and find, you know, during COVID, it was ivermectin and terramycin and every other drug that was out there. And these people were taking that stuff because someone said it worked, right? I'm going to trust, right now we got a Department of Robert Kennedy. You know, he put something out the other day and I heard one of my friends said, oh, this is what I'm taking. I got off all my blood pressure medicine. This is all I have to do. And I'm like, you do realize you're listening to an attorney taking medical advice. Like, I would never do that. I would never take advice from an attorney for medical advice. And I would never take advice from a doctor for legal advice. So I'm going to go with what the doctors have said. You will find very, very, very few dentists that will say that this is an issue. And I don't believe we're medicating. If you want to get everything out, pull the chlorine out, pull everything else out and see what your water is. But the problem is that we live in a country where we've had medicine and we've had these things. And, you know, when we don't vaccinate for measles and we have outbreaks, we don't know what it's like because we've never had it. My grandma had polio. I know what polio was like. None of us know what polio is like because we haven't been through it. So why do I need a polio vaccine? Well, here's why. And I think fluoride's the same thing. It's a good thing and it's good for our community. If they don't want it, they can pull it out of the water with the filter. But I think good oral health, it's good for us. Thank you.
Councilmember Overholzer.
Thank you for this discussion, council members. It's much appreciated. My takeaway is, Deputy Mayor Bowman told you not to buy toothpaste. So, no. Yeah, my take on this, the people voted this in a long time ago. It should be the people's choice if they want it out of there. And for that reason, I would say we bring this to our next survey. We put this on our survey to our citizens and we get their opinion on that, or we put it on the ballot. We do something like that. But for council, the 7 of us to think that we're medical professionals is way out of my scope. So, yeah, I would feel more comfortable with our constituents making the choice for their own health, in my opinion. Thank you.
Okay, Councilmember Kuipers.
Thank you. Actually, I agree and echo what Councilmember Overholzer just outlined. That's pretty much what I was going to recommend as well. There is a motion on the table, so clarify the protocol on that for me, but I agree that I'd like to see us move up our planned survey that was going to be 2 years out and move it out to next year and put it out for the citizens to give us feedback on, and that gives the community time to educate in whatever way they want to educate the community.
So to your question about, there's a motion on the floor. We're currently having discussion, which allows us to go 2 times through. So we're just finishing up our first time through. And after that, we'll have a vote on the motion unless there's amendments to the motion. I'll just quickly say, it's been kind of beat to death, but you know, study versus research. The comment that drives my wife and I nuts anymore is I did my own research. No, that means you Googled until you found the answer that agreed with your opinion. Research is hard. Research is exhaustive. Research takes a long time and it takes a large sample size. We got a great research project down on I-84, Camas and Washougal. 1 fluoridates, 1 doesn't. If it really hurt IQs, there would be lawyers knocking at their doors. I mean, if you can get $1 million for spilling hot coffee on your lap at McDonald's, I bet they could win that lawsuit. I mean, this is just crackpot science. I mean, there's just no other word for it. The double substitution reaction is very well known. spend a lot of time in chemistry books. But I agree. I mean, it will take the oxygen out of the room. This is something that we as a council, we set our goals, just wasn't on it. This is going to take a lot of time. It's going to take a lot of effort. The public hearings there'll be 3 minutes and there'll be probably 100 people here. So buckle up. That's not a reason not to do it. I'm just telling you to be aware of what you're getting into. I agree with the survey. I'm not a big fan of Jenny McCarthy science. Let the scientists science. Councilmember Ferrer?
Yeah, I also wanted it put on a survey, but I was denied placing it on a survey. Then I was prepared when I bring this up in May for this to be on a discussion. My motion was going to be to put it on a ballot, but supposedly our June agendas were so full that we couldn't put it on the agenda, even though we were only here for an hour and that included executive session. And we didn't even meet in the first week of July, which I didn't understand that because that was after, people would have returned from their trips. But so I would love to hear it from the people. But again, I was denied, and it's too late to put it on a ballot. So that had to have been done in the first week of July. So, yeah.
Deputy Mayor Bowman.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Sorry. Councilmember Davis.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I am in total agreement of wanting to hear what the public says. As Councilmember Overholzer has said, I've said it before, I'm not a doctor. Talk about roads, safety, okay, but this is a big subject, and I granted that. I don't think it's crackpot stuff. I think there are some facts in there. Some people might not want to agree to it, or it's beyond their brain cycle. So I think it's a very charged subject. I am in favor of sending it to the people in a survey, and I'm sorry to hear that Councilmember Ferrer tried a couple times. But I would like to know if the motion is going to stay, or with the thought process of a survey, does that change her thought process at all? Where she can pull it back if she wants to or not, that's fine too. But what's the process if majority council says, hey, we'd like to learn more about it? What would happen in that situation? Thank you.
I can answer that right now. The motion's on the floor and belongs to the body. So we need to take a vote on the motion. At any time motion passes or fails, you can always make another motion, or you can amend the motion currently on the floor.
I understand.
Deputy Mayor Bowman.
So a couple things. Number one, I don't think any council member should be directing what goes on a survey. I think that should be the council that directs what goes on a survey. And I've never heard once about fluoride going on a survey. That's not our individual purvey to be able to dictate what goes on a survey based upon campaign promises. So unless it was discussed by council to put on a survey, then I've never heard it. I don't think our job is also to spend, we sit up here talking about money and spending money to go out and do an election, do a ballot and put it out to people to find out, do you want it? Do you not? The survey obviously is the easiest way to do it. It would cost us tens of thousands of dollars to put it on the ballot just to find out. And I think a survey only gives you a portion. It's no different than the park survey we just did. So it's scientific from the standpoint we got 400 people. Okay, well, that tells you, well, now do you want to put it on the ballot or not? Do you want to put a parks bond on the ballot? Do you want to put fluoride on the ballot? It may not be something that you want to put on the ballot, but you just don't go and put it on a ballot because, we made some promise to do this and cost the taxpayers a whole bunch of money, because I haven't seen any of them sitting in our room. It's all Vancouver, Camas, county, everywhere else that's sitting in our room telling us this stuff. And when you're making knee-jerk reactions to people that aren't here, I mean, 90% of the stuff we've gotten is from people that aren't in our community. And if it's a big deal in our community, they'll be in this room. We've had more people in our community in this room about pickleball courts than we have fluoride. And that was tonight. And so, I mean, this is frustrating to me that we get off on this stuff when we got so many other things that we could be doing, and we waste time doing this stuff. But I'm fine putting it out on a survey, but it needs to come before council to see if they want to put it out on a survey, not just say, hey, I want this on a survey, and then throw the mayor or the city under the bus saying, well, they can put it on a survey. That's not the way it works. You have to get consensus from council, because we all represent the people. And so you need a majority vote to put it out on a survey.
Councilmember DeRochers.
So for the record, I just want to let you know that I've been drinking Battleground City water since 1990, and I'm doing all right.
All right, with that bit of levity, there's a motion on the floor to move forward with bringing, I want to make sure I get this right. Can we get the motion? Basically, to start the process to remove fluoridation from the water. That's essentially the motion to have the decision on October 20th, I believe. So that motion is currently on the floor to start the process to remove fluoridation from the water. So all those in favor?
Mr. Mayor, can I add something really
Oh,
fast?
sorry.
I don't think the October 20th meets the law. So all of the advertisement has to happen 90 days before you take the vote. I believe October 20th is about 90 days from now. Yeah, which wouldn't allow us to do.
So you'd have to mail it all out in a day?
Exactly, which is not going to happen.
It's right there, the RCW, you shall notify at least 90 days prior.
Yeah, it says, I can read it. It says the water system shall notify its customers via radio, television, newspaper, regular mail, electronic means, or any notification methods which effectively notify customers at least 90 days prior to any meeting at which the vote will occur.
Depending if they can get it.
I think even that's cutting it. I mean, I'm not in the communication, so I would defer to others, but I would think at least 30 days.
Well, we have a motion on the floor. There's the date in the motion. The date was in the motion. So all in favor, say aye.
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 Opposed?
Nay. No.
Nay.
Nay. Fails 2-5. Council, I would entertain a motion to postpone the neighborhood speed limits for a meeting. No.
Second.
Second.
Who was the second?
Kuipers.
Piper's got it.
This will come back next meeting as a postponement, not a tabling. Deputy Mayor Bowman, second by Kuipers. All in favor, please say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Brings us to administrative reports. Do we have any administrative reports?
Yes. First, I just want to say about Harvest Days. I know it's been said a couple times tonight, but it was a fantastic event. It was my second one. I'm not going to compare it to last year because that's not fair with the weather being over 100 degrees and having to cancel, but the number of people that turned out for that, in addition to really, there were no major issues. And, you know, a lot of our departments and staff really contributed to that. So I'm really proud of them and that event. So nice job to all of those people that volunteer to put that on. And one other thing, we got the 4th signature on the NEPA document for the Grace Avenue Improvement Project. That concludes my report.
Council Communications, Council?
Me.
Council, Councilmember DeRochers?
I just wanted to mention how awesome the Maddox July 3rd event was, even though I was in the dunk tank for 30 minutes of it. these kids around here, they're all in fast pitch or something. They were just totally knocking me down. What? They all got me and her. I think I probably got dunked at least 20 times in 30 minutes. And then I also just want to say how awesome Harvest Days was. An amazing event. It's one of those things that I feel very proud of. Had some people that just moved up here that were at the parade with my brother, and they couldn't believe how awesome it was. And then also my sister-in-law's family came up and they're like, we're gonna come up every year. So anyways, it's so much fun, and I'm really glad that we're able to have all that in our community, and I appreciate everybody's time and effort that they put into it. Thank you.
Anybody else? Congratulations to the finance team on a clean audit. Again, it's almost, well, I said it was boring in the meeting and I got hushed. Audits are never boring, I think is what. Pursuant to RCW 42.30.110, parentheses 1, parentheses B, the city council will enter executive session to consider selection of a site or acquisition of real estate by lease or purchase when public knowledge regarding such consideration will cause the likelihood of increased price. The session will last 15 minutes, commencing at 9:42 p.m. and ending 15 minutes later, 9:57, with possible action to follow.
Yes. Well, that's what I do.
This is during the MMP. All the MMP does is it gives, like, if you want to develop a property, you build it the way the property tax. So, a reason you would put it on like high school property is that they want to develop as something else, which is something that the high schools talked about before. No. Like, there's a down the road. It's actually getting closer, but at some point the high school has to decide, do they want to rebuild, all of those sorts of things. And one option is just moving out of the property and building somewhere else and then selling that property. So if you have the MFTE on it, you could theoretically, help encourage that. Yeah. So it's nothing that's happening now. It's just a possible, even if they approved it, it's like, nothing would happen, but it gives probably.
My eyeballs.
I
told him he could have read that.
So if they did want to,
You were awesome.
they would have.
I was proud of you. Oh, hold on, we are not muted. Audio and video are live.
Okay, the regular meeting's back on and there is no action to follow executive session. Meeting is adjourned at 9:57 PM. Thank you.